All right. Good morning. Good morning. The November 20th, 2025 public meeting of the California Air Resources Board will come to order. Board Clerk, will you please? Thank you. Will you please call the roll?
Dr. Balms,
Here.
Mr. De La Torre, Mr. Eisenhut, Senator Flores,
Flores here.
Mayor Gloria,
Here.
Councilman Guerra,
Here.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Present.
Assemblymember Jackson, Mayor Locke Dawson,
Here.
Supervisor Ortiz Legg, Dr. Pacheco Werner,
Here.
Mr. Reckschaffen,
Here.
Dr. Shaheen,
Here.
Senator Stern, Ms. Takvorian,
Here.
Chair Sanchez.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Wonderful. Thank you. I will cover a few housekeeping items before we get started. We are conducting today's meeting in person, as well as offering remote options for public participation, both by phone and on Zoom. Anyone who wishes to testify in person should fill out a request to speak card available in the foyer outside the boardroom. Please turn it in to a board assistant prior to commencement of the item. If you are participating remotely, you will raise your hand in Zoom or dial *9 if calling in by phone. The clerk will provide further details regarding how public participation will work in a moment. For safety reasons, please note the emergency exit to the rear of the room through the foyer. In the event of a fire alarm, we are required to evacuate this room immediately, go down the stairs to the lobby and out of the building. When the all clear signal is given, we will return to the auditorium and resume the hearing. A closed captioning feature is available for those of you joining us in the Zoom environment. In order to turn on subtitles, please look for a button labeled CC at the bottom of the Zoom window as shown in the example on the screen now. I would like to take this opportunity to remind everyone to speak clearly and from a quiet location, whether you are joining us on Zoom or by phone. Interpretation services will be provided today in Spanish for both in-person and Zoom attendees. If you are joining us in Zoom, there is a button labeled Interpretation on the Zoom screen. Click that Interpretation button and select Spanish to hear the meeting in Spanish. If you are joining us here in person and would like to listen to the meeting in Spanish, please speak to a board assistant and they will provide you with further instructions. I want to remind all of our commenters to speak slowly and pause intermittently to allow the interpreters the opportunity to accurately interpret your comments.
Good morning, board members. Servicios de interpretación en español van a ser provistos para el día de hoy para aquellos que asisten en persona o en Zoom. Si ustedes nos están acompañando utilizando la aplicación de Zoom, está un icono o botón con el título de interpretación al calce de la pantalla. Por favor, hagan clic en el icono de interpretación y seleccionen el español para escuchar la reunión en español. Si ustedes nos acompañan en persona y les gustaría escuchar la reunión en español, por favor, hablen con alguno de los asistentes de la Junta. Ellos les darán instrucciones. Les queremos recordar a todos los que vayan a hacer comentarios que hablen de manera lenta y pausen intermitentemente para permitir que los intérpretes tengan la oportunidad de interpretar completamente sus comentarios. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now ask the board clerk to provide more details regarding public participation.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. Good morning, everyone. I will provide additional information on public participation for today's meeting. We will first call in-person commenters who have turned in a request to speak card and then call commenters who are joining us remotely. If you are joining us remotely and wish to make a verbal comment, you must be using Zoom webinar or calling in by phone. If you are watching the webcast but you wish to comment remotely, please register for the Zoom webinar or call in. Information for both can be found on the public agenda for today's meeting. To make a verbal comment, we will be using the raise hand feature in Zoom. If you wish to speak on a board item, please virtually raise your hand as soon as the item has begun to let us know that you wish to speak. If you're using a computer or tablet, there is a raise hand button, and if you are calling in on the telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When the comment period begins, the order of commenters is determined by who raises their hand first. We will call each commenter by name and will activate each commenter's audio when it is their turn to speak. For those calling in, we will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. We will announce the next 3 or so commenters in the queue, so you are ready to testify when we come to you. Please note your testimony will not appear by video. For all commenters, please state your name for the record before you speak. This is especially important for those calling in by phone. Each commenter will have a time limit of 2 minutes, although this may change at the chair's discretion. During public testimony, you will see a timer on the screen. For those calling in by phone, we will let you know when you have 30 seconds left and when your time is up. For anyone giving verbal comments today in Spanish, please indicate so at the beginning of your testimony and our interpreters will assist you. During your comment, please follow any instructions the interpreter provides, and please note your time will be doubled if you require Spanish interpretation. If you have additional remarks regarding other topics, please sign up to speak during the open public comment period, which will take place at the conclusion of the meeting. To submit written comments, please visit CARB's Comment on Board Items box on the public agenda on our webpage for links to submit your comment. Written comments will be accepted until the chair closes the record. If you experience any technical difficulties, please call 805-772-2715 so an IT person can assist. Thank you. I will turn the microphone back to Chair Sanchez.
Thank you. Thank you. Before we dive in, I want to remind everyone that we are excited to now be accepting nominations from the public for the Hagen-Schmidt Clean Air Awards through January 9th, 2026. Please visit CARB's website to submit a nomination. That was great photos. All right, the sole item on today's agenda is item number 25-8-1, proposed amendments to the regulation on methane emissions from municipal solid waste landfills. The science is clear. Acting now to reduce emissions of methane and other short-lived climate pollutants, so-called super pollutants, is the best way to immediately slow the pace of climate change. Last week, I was honored to travel to Brazil with Governor Newsom to participate in COP30, the annual United Nations conference where governments, advocates, businesses, tribal leaders, and academics from all over the world gather to talk about how we are going to address the climate crisis. Methane was a major theme at this year's COP. In meeting after meeting, we talked about the importance of collaborating across borders and across sectors to cut pollution from this potent greenhouse gas. Taking action on methane gives us the chance to slow the pace of warming in the near term and avoid catastrophic changes to the climate. And the global community recognizes how important of an opportunity this is. California has a long history of leadership on methane, and we are continuing to build on that legacy. During the COP, the governor signed an agreement with Chile to work specifically on addressing methane emissions, and we are actively engaging with jurisdictions around the world through the Subnational Methane Action Coalition that he co-founded in 2023. This is an especially exciting moment to take action on this area of work because we have technologies to now help us detect, measure, and address methane emissions. When combined with strong regulations, these technologies can help us make real progress on cutting pollution here and now. CARB and California continue to lead the way on scientific advances in this space. I also want to recognize the work that our partners at the local level do to ensure that we are pursuing responsible and sustainable waste management practices, including my fellow board members who represent local jurisdictions and agencies, including 2 who also traveled to the COP this year. This work at the local level is critical to California's efforts to achieve our climate and pollution targets. I want to recognize that addressing health and environmental impacts from landfills is something that requires action also across multiple state government agencies. While we are here today to talk about landfill methane emissions, the reality is that methane is just one of the many impacts that our waste system has on environment and communities. In this space, as with many other areas, CARB works closely with our sister agencies, I see a few of them in the room, at the state level and with our colleagues at local and regional governments. Most importantly, I want to recognize the community members, advocates, and local representatives who have raised concerns about landfill impacts, and to thank them for continuing to engage with CARB and our sister agencies on this critical issue. While our team at CARB does not have a direct role in the state's response to the ongoing crisis at the Chiquita Canyon landfill, we have been engaged on this issue through a multi-agency response item, teams, hearings, and community meetings. I know that community members have provided critical feedback that has informed the proposal before us today. Hearing from community members and advocates has helped us better understand the importance of prevention and early intervention to avoid health and economic impacts. These stakeholders help us realize an opportunity to strengthen our landfill regulation so that operators and regulators have additional preventative tools, which is an important contribution to help ensure other communities don't experience similar impacts around the state. Thank you to all of you who have engaged and made your voices heard. As we tackle the challenges of both local pollution and global climate change, it is essential that we all step up and work together. Coordinating local action and state policies is critical to achieving cleaner air and addressing climate, as is collaboration with our partners around the world. Together, we can take ambitious action to reduce emissions, protect the health of our communities and our planet. Today's vote provides an important opportunity for us to protect Californian communities and continue our leadership by tackling methane pollution. Dr. Cliff, would you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. As you mentioned, landfills are a significant source of methane emissions in California. The landfill methane regulation was adopted in 2010 as an early action measure under AB 32. It set the most stringent landfill methane control requirements in the nation, serving as a model for other jurisdictions. Over time, we've gained an improved understanding of the sources and causes of methane emissions from landfills. The proposed amendments that staff will present today reflect the best available science. Staff's proposal would improve the effectiveness of gas collection and control systems to reduce methane, air pollution, and odors. The proposed changes would also strengthen monitoring and reporting requirements to enable better oversight by CARB and air districts and make data available sooner. Through research and technological advancement, experience implementing the regulation, and an extensive public process, staff has identified numerous opportunities to further reduce methane emissions from landfills that have resulted in the amendments before us today. It is important to recognize that capturing and destroying more landfill gas and preventing leaks also reduces emissions of co-pollutants in landfill gas, such as volatile organic compounds, toxic air contaminants, and odorous compounds. These updates would set a new bar that can serve as a model for other jurisdictions. Landfills and their emissions directly impact local communities. Following significant community engagement at the March board hearing earlier this year, staff engaged directly with community members near the Chiquita Canyon landfill and other impacted communities on these regulatory updates. If adopted by the board, CARB is committed to continuing to coordinate closely with our air district partners to support them in their work and to ensure that they are able to implement the landfill methane regulation feasibly and effectively. I will now ask Dr. Quinn Langfit of the Industrial Strategies Division to introduce staff's proposal for this regulatory update. Dr. Langfit will also update us on the ongoing collaboration with community members on this regulation. Quinn.
Thank you, Dr. Cliff. Good morning, Chair Sanchez and members of the board. I'm pleased to be presenting staff's proposed amendments to the regulation on methane emissions from municipal solid waste landfills, also known as the Landfill Methane Regulation. In this presentation, I'll start by providing background information on California's climate and landfill policy. I'll then discuss the process we used to gather public input and feedback to develop the proposal, the goals and scope, and an overview of the changes being proposed. Next, I'll discuss some key benefits. Then I'll cover potential next steps. And finally, I'll provide staff's recommendation to the board. Over the years, California's legislature has enacted several key greenhouse gas and methane emission reduction targets. California's leadership started with the passage of Assembly Bill 32, which required the state to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to 1990 levels by 2020. California strengthened this commitment in 2016 with the passage of Senate Bill 32, which requires statewide greenhouse gas emissions to be reduced to 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. And then more recently, with the passage of AB 1279 in 2022, the legislature set targets reducing anthropogenic GHG emissions to at least 85% below 1990 levels by 2045 and achieving carbon neutrality no later than 2045. The legislature also enacted SB 1383 in 2016, setting specific methane reduction requirements that complement our broader statewide GHG reduction targets. While the state has made meaningful progress towards the SB 1383 emission reduction targets across all major methane emitting sectors, there's still a lot of work ahead to achieve the statewide target. According to CARB's greenhouse gas inventory, landfills are the second largest source of methane emissions in California, making reductions in this sector critical to achieving the state's methane emission reduction targets. As implied by the name, the landfill methane regulation is targeted at reducing emissions of methane. So why is methane important? Methane is the second largest contributor to human-caused climate change, and scientists estimate that it's responsible for around 25% of the climate warming that we're currently experiencing. On a 20-year time horizon, methane is about 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide per ton released. It's also a short-lived climate pollutant with a lifetime of about 12 years. Because of its outsized short-term effects and short atmospheric lifetime, reducing emissions leads to rapid reductions in warming. There's a strong scientific consensus on the immediate need to reduce methane emissions to stabilize global warming over the short term and achieve our climate goals. The waste sector is an important part of the state's short-lived climate pollutant reduction strategy. As described in the 2022 Scoping Plan update, although reducing organic waste disposal is the most effective way to reduce methane emissions from the waste sector, the proposal we're presenting today will reduce methane from waste already in place at landfills, which is something we can do now to deliver immediate climate benefits. Before I go any deeper on CARB's landfill methane regulation, I want to talk for a moment about the broader landscape of landfill oversight. Landfills are regulated by a number of local, state, and federal agencies, and these agencies set standards and implement and enforce requirements to minimize impacts of landfill operations. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, local air districts, 5 of the 6 departments under Cal EPA, and others not shown in this graphic, have lead roles regulating various aspects of landfill operations, including controlling local air pollutants, landfill permitting and design, protecting water quality, and managing hazardous or toxic waste. CARB's role is methane emission control, and we work together with all of our agency partners to coordinate regulation of landfills. This board adopted the landfill methane regulation, abbreviated LMR, in 2010 as an early action measure under Assembly Bill 32. The regulation is designed to reduce methane emissions by requiring landfills to install gas collection and control systems. Controlling landfill gas not only reduces methane emissions, but it also reduces odors and destroys co-pollutants, including volatile organic compounds and toxic air contaminants, which can deliver important local air quality and health benefits. The LMR established standards that have since been replicated by several other states. California has 35 local air districts, and 22 of those districts have entered into voluntary agreements with CARB to primarily implement and enforce the regulation. For landfills not covered by a voluntary air district MOU, CARB implements the regulation and enforces it. And CARB staff provide enforcement support, resources, training, and additional oversight across the state where needed. In total, the LMR applies to 188 landfills, of which 153 are required to control emissions. The remaining 35 are smaller landfills that have not yet reached the threshold that requires control. At the core of controlling methane emissions from landfills is what's called a gas collection and control system, or GCCS. A GCCS is a system of wells, pipes, and blowers to collect the gas, and control devices that combust the gas to destroy methane. To collect landfill gas, extraction wells are drilled into the landfill waste mass where the gas is generated. A blower creates suction to draw the landfill gas into the wells and to the control device, where the gas is ultimately flared or put to beneficial use, like electricity generation. The surface cover is also an important part of the collection system. It creates a barrier that keeps landfill gas from escaping into the atmosphere and keeps the wells from pulling in air from above the landfill. Minimizing emissions requires all elements of this system to be well-maintained and functioning optimally. And this is where the landfill methane regulation comes in. Under the LMR's existing requirements, owners and operators must install a gas collection and control system if the landfill meets certain thresholds and properly operate the system. Perform monitoring for leaks from the landfill's surface, wells, and other components, and repair any leaks found. Monitor and correct other performance parameters, such as loss of vacuum in wells. Test control devices to ensure they destroy at least 99% of the collected methane. And keep records and report data to CARB and local air districts about their operations, monitoring, and corrective actions.
Hello, everyone. For folks who are on Zoom on both the English and Spanish interpretation channels, we are taking a short break to ensure that our bilingual listening equipment is working properly in the room. Thank you.
Ready to reconvene? We're set. Technical. Okay, apologies for the technical difficulty. Dr. Cliff, I'll pass it back to staff to continue the presentation. Thank you.
All right, thanks. We're going to back up one slide to accommodate interpretation in the room. So this is where the landfill methane regulation comes in. Under the LMR's existing requirements, owners and operators must install a gas collection and control system if the landfill meets certain thresholds and properly operate the system. Perform monitoring for leaks from the landfill's surface, wells, and other components, and repair any leaks found. Monitor and correct other performance parameters, such as loss of vacuum in wells. Test control devices to ensure they destroy at least 99% of the collected methane. And keep records and report data to CARB and local air districts about their operations, monitoring, and corrective actions. I'd now like to provide an overview of the goals and scope of staff's proposal to update this important regulation. First, our overarching goal is to improve methane emissions control to help California achieve its climate targets. To accomplish that goal, our proposal leverages over a decade of technological advances, findings from research, including studies conducted and funded by CARB, lessons learned through implementation and enforcement of the LMR, and the important feedback we've received through our public outreach efforts. For example, methane plume mapping studies have improved our understanding of the most common causes and sources of large emissions and informed new mitigation strategies. We're also proposing changes throughout to enhance enforceability and clarity and improve the data reporting process, which will enable better public transparency. Finally, we're aware that other states and nations look to California as a leader in crafting their own climate strategies. Several states have done so based on our existing landfill methane regulation. So these amendments would be a resource for other states looking to address landfill emissions using targeted, science-driven solutions. Before I get into specifics, I want to take a moment to talk through the public engagement efforts and feedback from stakeholders that helped shape this proposal. Beginning in 2022, we hosted multiple workshops to summarize the state of landfill methane emissions science, learn about best practices and emerging technologies, share preliminary ideas, and gather input on regulatory concepts. In response to community member concerns at the March board meeting, at former Chair Randolph's direction, we also held a community meeting in Southern California, along with staff from our regulatory partner agencies. A panel of local residents, some of whom are here today, shared their perspectives and experiences living and working in communities impacted by landfill operations. In response, we developed and presented additional regulatory concepts that are included in the proposal we're presenting today. In addition to public meetings, we also participated in dozens of direct meetings with individual stakeholders, including community-based organizations, community members, environmental advocacy groups, landfill operators, industry groups, technology providers, and academic researchers. Throughout the process, we also coordinated closely with state and local regulatory partners to leverage their expertise. And since 2022, we've received over 75 written comment letters. I'll now discuss the expected outcomes and provisions in the proposed amendments. The first outcome of this proposal is integrating remote methane plume detection into the regulation. The proposed amendments require operators to take action when notified by CARB of a remotely detected methane plume, such as one detected by a satellite or airplane. CARB's California Satellite Methane Project, which staff presented to the board last month, provides a framework for detecting methane plumes, identifying the source facility, and rapidly providing actionable data to the operator. The proposed amendments would require operator action and would specify exactly what operators need to do on what timelines, including monitoring for leaks using on-the-ground tools, making repairs if leaks are found, and reporting the outcomes of those efforts. Importantly, this provision does not replace the operator's quarterly leak monitoring. It supplements it to address large emission sources faster. The second outcome is improving requirements for the routine leak monitoring performed by operators. This is a key strategy in the proposed amendments to reduce methane emissions. First, the proposal would expand the spatial coverage of surface emissions monitoring, because alternative technology now exists to screen areas that were previously excluded. The proposal updates monitoring procedures to increase the frequency, require faster repairs, and ensure that repairs continue to be effective. Importantly, staff propose adding a process for CARB to evaluate and approve advanced leak detection technologies and procedures, like drones or handheld lasers, that any operator could choose to use instead of traditional walking methods. We believe that many operators would be interested in adopting these technologies to reduce the need for costly labor, especially as the number of mature technologies increases over time. The third outcome is expanding wellhead monitoring to support safe and effective performance. The proposal adds temperature, gas composition, and flow rate measurements to the existing monthly monitoring requirements. These parameters are commonly measured by landfill operators and can signal potential issues with the gas collection system, indicating the need for system adjustments, cover maintenance, or component repairs. The proposed amendments introduce enforceable standards and mitigation measures triggered by elevated temperatures and other indicators. Operators would be required to observe trends in the wellhead data to identify and respond early to changing conditions. Finally, the proposed amendments require semi-annual monitoring of the liquid level in gas collection wells to detect and remove accumulated liquid that can block gas flow. The fourth outcome is strengthening operational requirements for the gas collection and control system. Operators of the largest landfills would be required to install gas collectors at the working face. That's the area where waste is being deposited, using specialized types of wells that allow for gas collection during filling. This is key to reducing methane emissions from the working face, which research indicates is one of the main sources of landfill emissions. The proposal limits downtime of the gas collection and control system and sets a limit on the number of wells that can be offline at once. The proposal provides several alternatives, and the flexibility to demonstrate effective mitigation measures are in place when a component cannot be repaired promptly. And operators would be required to continuously monitor their total system pressure for consistent gas extraction. Finally, this slide summarizes additional changes, including a more comprehensive process for shutting down the GCCS at old closed landfills with declining gas generation, adjustments to ensure all systems, even those owned by third parties, are being monitored and tested, improved reporting to submit data in a standardized format that would improve oversight and make it easier to proactively share that data with the public, and various additional changes that would enhance clarity, adjust processes, improve enforceability, and update data. Staff anticipate the proposed amendments will provide several types of benefits. First, in line with our overall climate goals, the proposal would result in additional methane emission reductions. The amendments will also reduce emissions of co-pollutants, including volatile organic compounds, toxic air contaminants, and odorous compounds, which will contribute to improved air quality for landfill workers and communities surrounding landfills. Besides emissions benefits, the proposed amendments also provide more timely compliance data in a standardized electronic format. This would allow CARB and air districts to more quickly share data with the public and to assess compliance with the regulation. And we anticipate that the proposed amendments will encourage further development of advanced monitoring technology, which can improve leak detection, allow real-time monitoring of GCCS operations, and provide potential future cost savings for operators. The benefits of staff's proposal outweigh the incremental additional costs to implement these regulatory updates. Using conservative values for the social cost of methane, we estimated the benefits of just the reduced methane emissions to be at least $34 million per year. Staff estimate the cost of this proposal to be approximately $12 million per year, cumulatively across all landfills. We also targeted our regulatory updates to help maximize benefits and minimize costs where possible. For instance, under the proposal, uncontrolled landfills would experience no added costs, and the proposal maintains existing cost-saving measures for well-managed closed landfills. We've received extensive feedback during the pre-rulemaking phase and following the release of the proposal. While we cannot include all of this feedback on a single slide, we've summarized a selection of the comments received here, which includes to improve public data transparency, require emerging technologies for advanced leak detection as they become available, support for increased data collection, new standards, shorter repair timelines, and increased reporting frequency. Add flexibility on repair timelines, reduce monitoring and reporting frequency, and concerns about additional costs for closed landfills. As you can see, there are requests to both increase and decrease the stringency of the proposal, reflecting the strong and often conflicting views of a diverse set of stakeholders. Through stakeholder meetings and written comments following the release of the proposal, we've identified a few areas where adjustments may be needed. So we anticipate proposing additional changes to address specific concerns that would be released for a 15-day comment period. Among the areas we've identified are adjusting timelines for simplicity and consistency across the regulation, adjusting specific details of some provisions to better recognize unique facility characteristics, and providing greater flexibility for circumstances outside of the operator's control, such as when they lose utility power. In addition, our Air District partners have recommended some ways we can further improve our ability to oversee compliance with additional streamlining to reduce resource demands. Over the coming months, we're committed to working with our regulatory partners to ensure smooth implementation. I'll now wrap up with a summary of the high-level outcomes we expect this proposal would deliver. It would result in a greater role for advanced technologies. It would result in fewer methane leaks. It would result in improved performance of the gas collection and control system. It would result in stronger actions being taken where there are recurring problems, including more comprehensive monitoring and assessments. And it would provide an important opportunity to share useful and timely data with the public and regulatory partners. With that, staff recommends the board adopt Resolution 25-14. That concludes staff's presentation, and I'll now invite some of our agency partners to discuss broader efforts related to the landfill sector, starting with Sarah Eisant, Deputy Secretary for Climate Policy at Cal EPA, followed by Mark DeBee, Deputy Director of the Division of Waste Permitting, Compliance, and Mitigation at Cal Recycle. Sarah?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Sanchez, members of the board. My name is Sarah Eisant. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Climate Policy here at the California Environmental Protection Agency. And I am here today to provide some context on how Cal EPA and its boards and departments are working together on landfill oversight and how the landfill methane regulation fits into that broader picture while advancing the state's climate goals. Municipal solid waste landfills are an essential part of how we manage waste in California, and this sector is the second largest source of methane in California. Every year, more than 40 million tons of waste are disposed in about 120 landfills statewide. So these facilities present an important opportunity to reduce emissions from the sector, both through reductions in organic waste disposal and through managing waste already at those landfills. These landfills are also subject to a wide array of environmental and public health requirements at the federal, state, and local levels. Effectively managing these systems requires strong interagency coordination, which is the focus of my remarks today. Local agencies regulate land use and establish permitting and operating requirements. US EPA and Cal Recycle require minimum standards such as liners, leachate capture, daily cover, vermin control, and financial assurance enforced by local enforcement agencies. US EPA and state and regional water boards regulate wastewater discharges, stormwater, and releases to groundwater. The Department of Toxic Substances Control addresses hazardous waste and contamination issues. The Office of Environmental Health Hazards Assessment provides risk assessment and health science expertise. US EPA, CARB, and local air districts regulate greenhouse gases, VOCs, and toxic air emissions from landfills, including landfill gas collection and destruction systems, and enforce these requirements. And together, these agencies form a coordinated oversight network that looks not just at greenhouse gases, but also at water, toxics, odors, and community health. One area where this coordination has been especially important is at subsurface elevated temperature events at landfills. Under normal operating conditions, landfills generate methane and other volatile organic gases, which are destroyed by emissions control systems. Sometimes, however, wellhead temperatures rise, and if not properly managed, this can escalate into a subsurface elevated temperature event. These elevated temperatures can trigger chemical reactions underground, leading to increased emissions of greenhouse gases, toxic air contaminants, and leachate, and odors that impact the environment and public health. Cal EPA has convened cross-agency teams to respond quickly when these events occur, ensuring that monitoring, enforcement, and corrective actions are aligned. One example of an active engagement of the cross-agency coordination team is at Chiquita Canyon Landfill in Los Angeles County, which has been experiencing a subsurface elevated temperature or SET event since 2022. Multiple agencies, including US EPA, LA County Department of Public Health, South Coast Air Quality Management District, and DTSC, have issued orders to manage the reaction and to address noncompliance. The public has been profoundly impacted with ongoing health concerns from toxic gases and noxious odors. Recognizing the scale and complexity of the issue, Cal EPA has organized the Multi-Agency Critical Action Team, MCAT, meeting several times per week with US EPA, Cal EPA boards and departments, LA County agencies, and South Coast AQMD to coordinate enforcement and response. And this multi-agency response has included enhanced monitoring, enforcement orders, and direct engagement with the community. The efforts at Chiquita have helped inform oversight at landfills experiencing and not experiencing SET events. For example, at the El Sobrante landfill in Riverside County, elevated temperature conditions have required active engagement with an MCAT to coordinate oversight to ensure comprehensive and effective corrective measures are taken. And at Avenal Regional Landfill, where elevated temperatures have been observed in several wells, but inspections and testing show that conditions are not yet hazardous, monitoring continues to ensure that conditions remain controlled. Together with various local, state, and federal agencies, the Cal EPA Environmental Justice Task Force is also working to ensure that community input and concerns are considered by agencies with regulatory authority at the Avenal landfill. This includes working with the community in both English and Spanish on how to file a complaint, what to look for, how to document, and who to contact, as well as engaging directly with the community at meetings and other public events. The complex regulatory framework for landfills requires this strong coordinated oversight effort. In addition to being a climate tool, the landfill methane regulation provides critical data that strengthens landfill oversight. Monitoring and reporting under the regulation will give us better visibility into landfill gas trends, which help to detect elevated temperature events earlier, identify areas for corrective action, and provide transparent, science-based information to other regulators and communities. In short, the data generated under CARB's regulation is helping Cal EPA agencies work more effectively together and will continue to help identify potential emerging issues that require this coordinated response. Going forward, Cal EPA will continue to work across our boards, departments, and offices to ensure that methane reductions are paired with strong protections for public health and the environment. And we are committed to making sure that impacted communities see real improvements in air quality, water quality, and quality of life. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I'm Mark DeBee, Deputy Director at CalRecycle, where I oversee permitting and enforcement of non-hazardous solid waste facilities in California. CalRecycle works closely with CARB on various issues, like developing and implementing the state's climate policies, including the scoping plan and the short-lived climate pollutant reduction strategy. The strategy centers on cutting landfill methane emissions by recovering organic materials and rescuing unsold food for the 1 in 5 Californians facing hunger. CalRecycle oversees local enforcement agencies who permit and inspect facilities along with our colleagues in local air boards and water districts. Jurisdictions who run their own local waste and recycling program are also overseen by CalRecycle, as well as a number of producer responsibility programs. Local enforcement agencies inspect landfills at least monthly to ensure compliance with permit and operational design requirements in Title 27 of the California Code of Regulations. One critical requirement is protecting the public by preventing landfill gas from migrating beyond the boundary of the landfill. Effective gas monitoring and control systems are key to this effort. As you know, landfilled organic waste is one of California's largest sources of methane. Under SB 1383, CalRecycle has worked with local governments to implement programs to significantly increase diversion of organic waste away from landfills, which the 2022 scoping plan update identifies as the most effective way to reduce methane emissions from this sector. These actions are making a difference. We are 3 years into statewide organic recovery and food rescue requirements with nearly $500 million in state grants to support local programs. 97% of required jurisdictions report residential organic collection. All jurisdictions expanded food recovery, rescuing over 700 million meals for Californians in need. We expect those numbers to increase as we look at the 2024 and 25 data. CalRecycle continues to elevate local compliance efforts by overseeing and supporting local governments with training tools and technical assistance. As the world's fourth largest economy, California is showing the world how to create a circular economy that turns waste into resources instead of pollution. Effectively controlling emissions and reducing the sources of methane now is one of the fastest, most impactful ways to fight climate change and see the results in our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah and Mark. And back to you, Chair Sanchez.
Wonderful. Thank you to both of our interagency partners for those remarks and to staff for the presentation. We will now hear from members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item. I will ask the board clerks to begin calling the public commenters. Never mind. We have been joined by Assembly Member Schiavo on the Zoom. Thank you, Assembly Member, a champion of these efforts. Assembly Member, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just trying to find a quiet space for 1 second. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm on a tour and stepping out. So thank you so much for taking me and making space for me. I am very happy to see this CARB rule moving forward and really want to thank you for the robust process, but also the speedier process. We know that this is an urgent issue, and as has been mentioned multiple times, our community is really an example of why it is such an urgent issue. So as many on the board knows, and as have been discussed, Chiquita in my district has millions of gallons of toxic liquids that have been created and are continually being released. Cancer-causing gases, noxious fumes have been a result of the uncontrollable fire that's happening underground. And this has been leading to community members having out of control chronic bloody noses, headaches, nausea, tremors, heart palpitations, miscarriages, cancer clusters, and more. And we know that the true scope of the harm has been confirmed by a recent Casper Health study, which revealed data far more alarming than what residents had reported, just that we've heard anecdotally. Cancer rates in surrounding neighborhoods have been 8 times higher than the 3-year county average. And miscarriages are occurring at 57 times the normal rate of LA County. One mother I met had 5 miscarriages, just herself. These are not abstract numbers. These are moms and children and grandparents, entire families living under these conditions that would be unthinkable in other settings. So this catastrophe that continues to harm our community did not arise out of nowhere. And I believe with the right data, the right transparency, coordination, and the right authority for corrective action, it could have been avoided. And that's, I think, what is ultimately so frustrating about this situation. We've now also learned that the federal EPA has given waivers to 11 other landfills, or 10 other landfills, so 11 total, including Chiquita, to operate at these higher temperatures. So it's clear that Chiquita Canyon is really a canary in the coal mine, and it should be a clear signal that we do not have the regulatory structure in place to effectively prevent disasters like this in the future. And we have to do more, and the methane regulation is really a critical piece of protecting our community health and our environment. So I'm here today to join with my community members, who I know some are there or will be virtually, who are suffering the impacts of these landfills that have spiraled out of control, to urge the board to not only stand firm on this methane proposal, but to also make sure that the regulations have the teeth necessary for CARB to take action against the landfills that are not fixing the problem. Because as I said before, we know that if they take quick and immediate action, all of these issues can be prevented. So, you know, more than that, I think CARB really must ensure that landfills are required to use modern technology to track temperatures and look at methane and other gas leaks. Satellite systems can quickly detect plumes, but drones can look even more locally and targeted. And it's essential that we're using up-to-date technology because our community's safety truly depends on it. As technology can shine a light on issues at landfills, we have to create a rule that allows CARB to be nimble and take advantage of new technology that can make a huge difference in the speed of information and the accuracy of that information. We also need to make sure that CARB and the local resource boards and other oversight agencies have data and tracking and stringent record keeping requirements on gases that give indications if subsurface reactions are trending in bad directions, and the ability to provide corrective guidance and really, you know, force action to happen. One of the things that we've seen through this process is there's a extreme ability for landfill operators to delay. And so, you know, the rule comes down on what they have to do, or the directive. They'll come up with a plan that takes a while. Then the plan doesn't meet the standards, so it goes back and forth forever. And it's like we continue to just wait and wait and wait for action to actually happen. And that has to stop. There has to be real timelines and real accountability built into this, so that action needs to happen as quickly as possible, because we know time is our enemy when we were talking about the creations that can create a set event. We also need to make sure that CARB can allow air districts to go above and beyond regulatory requirements and make tailor-made plans for their districts. We know that not every landfill is the same, and there's unique situations and unique solutions for each one. And so, you know, different areas may need different rules. And finally, we need transparency that include proactive work to notify surrounding communities if high temperature waivers are granted to the nearby landfills, as well as ongoing public posting of temperature and gas data that is both public and watchdog organizations can see and is available to them. We know, you know, one of the reasons we found out about Chiquita Canyon is because neighbors started raising alarm bells about the smell that they and symptoms that they were experiencing. We need, you know, extra eyes on the ground when unfortunately the eyes that should be watching fall down on the job. And so this is really critical. And also, you know, once problems exist, we've been having tons of delays in the ability to get information about what's happening at Chiquita Canyon. And so when we know there's a problem, we should definitely be able to access this information, including the public and other community organizations supporting them. So, you know, there was no transparency about the 11 landfills that the EPA granted waivers to. Those are 11 landfills that are able to operate above safe temperatures without public transparency needed. And we know that 15 years is too long to go without a review and evaluation or update to these regulations. But I'm really, really happy to see that CARB has prioritized this, has moved with urgency, and especially, you know, as we've learned more about how landfills behave and as they age and use more and are used for methane extraction, and how it can go from bad to terrible if we are not paying attention and we are not taking quick action. So we know that CARB's methane rule is part of a larger multi-agency update that's needed to address these daunting challenges in future trash. And communities like mine need these regulations to be enforced consistently, strongly, and in coordination with operations from other agencies. The board really, you know, I implore you to take advantage of this opportunity and take it seriously. We cannot afford the kind of suffering that people are experiencing in our community. And, you know, I know there was a mention of the cost of these new regulations, but I will tell you, it is costing millions and millions of dollars a week to export this leachate, to, you know, install each of these additional wells that are needed at Chiquita Canyon. It is incredibly costly not to take action. And not only for the operators, but also for the regulators. This massive response of state agencies that has been week by week and daily involved in Chiquita Canyon is not something we can multiply by 11 times, let alone more than that we may not know of. So so this is, you know, this is not only preventing public health disaster and environmental disaster, but it's preventing economic disaster for the state. So thank you so much for your time and attention, for coming to our community and talking with community members and hearing these stories firsthand, because I think once you hear it, you can't turn away from it anymore. And I'm so grateful to my community for having such a strong voice and being incredible advocates, and look forward to this regulation being put in place and really making a difference for communities like ours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Assembly Member, for taking the time to join us today, and also for your laser focus on protecting your community. Really appreciate it. I will now turn to the board clerk and ask them to begin calling on public commenters. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. Public sign-up closure for this item will be at 10:55 a.m. We currently have 27 people with who have turned in a request to speak card and wish to speak at this time. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. I would like to remind all commenters to speak slowly, closely, and clearly into the microphone for our interpreters and court reporter. We will be showing a list of the next several commenters on the screen, so you can be prepared to come to the podium. Our first commenter is Erica Parker.
I'll just crouch a little bit. Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Erica Parker. I'm with Californians Against Waste. Keep going. An environmental org focused on reducing the impacts of waste disposal. I want to start by thanking the staff for the years of very hard work and stakeholder engagement on this regulation. It's clear that a lot of careful consideration has gone into developing a balanced proposal that protects communities, but also drives us towards our climate goals. I have 3 main points to highlight today. First is that we're grateful to see advanced monitoring technologies like drones and other remote sensing tools prioritized in the board resolution. These tools are essential for improving surface emissions monitoring, efficiency, and coverage. To support accountability and timeline progress, we asked the board to include a commitment to assess these available technologies within 18 months of adoption of these amendments. A clear timeline would help ensure that monitoring improves as quickly as the technology does, strengthening emissions protections and preventing dangerous leaks. Second, we strongly support CARB's temperature monitoring framework. However, the amendments allow wells to exceed 131 degrees Fahrenheit for 60 days before downwell monitoring begins. And with only monthly readings, this could mean nearly 3 months of elevated temperatures before subsurface conditions are observed. This is particularly concerning since temperature differentials down the well can be extreme. To reduce the risk of runaway heating events, we urge CARB to shorten this timeline to 30 days and increase monitoring frequency to weekly, ensuring earlier detection and intervention. Finally, we sincerely thank CARB for prioritizing data transparency in the board resolution. Making data publicly available is a huge step towards public trust, accountability, and community safety, values I know that many people in this room uphold in their daily work. We're excited to see this rule advance and look forward to continuing this work to make sure that LMR reaches its full potential. In a time of federal backsliding on climate policy, it's heartening to see California lead on meaningful methane regulations.
Thank you. Jane Williams.
Good morning. Welcome, Chair Sanchez. Nice to see you in your new position. Thank you to the board members for working with the staff for this very long time on this amazing regulation. I'm Jane Williams. I am the Executive Director of California Communities Against Toxics, and I have worked on many, many, many issues in California, but one of the first ones I worked on in the early 90s was the expansion of landfills across the state. And I stand before you today supporting the rule, supporting the resolution, but to issue a bit of a warning. Our landfills are burning to the ground, and we need to do something about it. This rule needs to be the first step, not the last step, in what CARB does and the CalEPA other boards and directors do to get a unified response to this crisis. I was recently talking to one of the enforcement folks at Region 9 in US EPA, and was surprised to hear them say that there are two major catastrophes happening in California. One is that people are still drinking contaminated water, which I know is not CARB's problem. And two is that our landfills are burning to the ground. So this rule is a great first step. And I want to thank the staff for working so diligently on it, but it needs to be just the first step. We need CalEPA to develop a coordinated response to prevent landfill fires and to do a much better job enforcing the vast array of landfill regulations that we have, and do a better job of integrating the response. We sit here in the CalEPA building. I was here for its unveiling. We have these beautiful sculptures. We made the building so people would talk to each other. We need to talk to each other more. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Michael Mulligan.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Michael Mulligan, I'm a retired family physician and former health officer of Placer County in the early 2000s, also the grandfather of 7 little boys. In my work as an MD and in public health, I'm well aware of the negative health risks to environmental exposures, whether that be living near a freeway, a refinery, or a landfill. Epidemiologic evidence shows increased risks of asthma, other respiratory illnesses, and cancers. We know these negative health outcomes also are more often with people of color who live in sites located closer to their communities, where the sites are closer to their communities. So I want to thank CARB for embracing the technology of satellites and drones, allowing industry and regulators to see these leaks faster. I want to thank CARB for embracing transparency in reporting so that these communities and citizens can have information on what they're being exposed to, and agency in advocating for their own health. Less methane will be less ozone and less asthma and less respiratory illnesses. I'd also like to ask CARB to continue these good efforts by considering fence line monitoring systems to allow for even faster and better data on methane and other air toxins. You may hear about cost, and there certainly may be some. But let's relate this to healthcare for just a moment. The cost, for instance, of a measles epidemic, if we go down that road again, to both individuals and society are going to be far, far higher than the cost of vaccinating our children. Similarly, the cost of treating advanced colon or breast cancer far outweighs the cost of screening and early detection. There is a theme here for sure, and that is that detection, prevention, and mitigation are much less expensive than dealing with downstream consequences. Lastly, I'd like to end by telling you about a concept from a book called The Good Ancestor, which describes how indigenous populations look 7 generations down in their planning. With climate change, it's imperative that we include our grandchildren and yet unborn people as we plan for how we're living today. I hope our legacies are being determined right now in this room, and I thank you for that consideration.
Thank you. Chris Shimoda.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and board members. Chris Shimoda on behalf of WM. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. WM provides best-in-class waste in recycling collection, processing, and disposal services, supported by a network of regional landfills, many of which WM owns and operates. WM is committed to minimizing our environmental impact while continuing to provide cost-effective and affordable collection services to both residential and commercial ratepayers. We'd like to thank staff for their work on the draft LMR and look forward to working with them on additional 15-day changes in the following areas. First, ensuring the LMR plays a productive role in managing site-specific conditions associated with elevated temperature landfills. Second, consistent with Air District comments, harmonizing overlapping federal, state, and local regulations applicable to landfills to the extent feasible, and identifying which of the additional proposed data collection and reporting parameters are necessary and useful to diagnose conditions at the landfill. Third, ensuring worker safety and core landfill functions are not compromised. Finally, consistent with the proposed board resolution, providing a framework for certification of emerging alternative monitoring technologies. WM is committed to working with CARB to accomplish its goal of modernizing the LMR, delivering a workable rule for operators, and further reducing methane emissions in the most cost-effective manner possible. We're also committed to working with CARB, its sister agencies, the legislature, and other stakeholders to ensure that elevated temperature events are diagnosed and properly managed. Thanks again for the opportunity to comment. We look forward to continuing to work with CARB to update this important regulation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Caprio.
Morning, Chair Sanchez, member of this board and staff. Mike Caprio with Republic Services. Appreciate the opportunity to comment today. First off, I want to thank staff and all of you for your hard work on the LMR update. Very complicated topic and has involved many stakeholders. We believe that updating the LMR at this time is appropriate to incorporate current technologies and finding of remote imagery, gather more predictive and meaningful data, incorporate more immediacy into the response to changes in key metrics, and provide host communities with greater transparency. However, these goals need to be achieved with the following in mind. The facilities need to be operated in a safe and efficient manner. There needs to be focus on efficient collection of meaningful and significant data. The corrective action measures need to be targeted along with the mitigation measures. And we need to avoid unintended consequences of unidimensional mitigation measures. There certainly needs to be attention to cost of implementation and impacts on rates. And finally, allow the AQMDs to provide clear oversight of a substantial change in the rule. The primary areas that we see requiring further attention include timelines and methods of gas collection at the working area of the landfill, having the annual hours of total gas system downtime be addressed with the thought of uncontrollable circumstances not being included in that time. I'm pleased to see that may be part of a 15-day change. We believe there needs to be more flexibility in the use of remote sensing equipment for unsafe to walk areas, and the extent of monitoring relative to the frequency parameters need to be streamlined. We close by asking for the comments received from industry and local government to be fully vetted and continue a process that is iterative enough to allow for dialogue on all the items that I've mentioned, and appreciate the time to comment today and all the work that's been put into this so far.
Thank you. Evan Edgar.
Chair and board members, my name is Evan Edgar of Edgar Associates. I was a county engineer for 10 years in Yolo and Kern and got to know all about landfills. Today, I'm not opposed or supporting the regulation. Today, I'm carbon neutral, talking about the future of biomethane. As you know, biomethane leaks from landfills over 30 years, but I can produce biomethane for RNG in 30 days. So SB 1383 has a purpose to divert organics from the landfills to make biomethane. So this LMR will generate more biomethane. If you reduce methane, with controls, we have more biomethane to use. And there's no reason to destroy biomethane in a flare. We got to harness that biomethane in order to make fuels for the refuse trucks. Landfill operators have a tough time to permit internal combustion engines. So a lot of people just flare it, flare. There's no reason to do that when we can actually make bio-CNG at the landfill and put it back in the same trucks that go to the landfill. Landfills are remote. They don't have a PUC pipeline nearby a remote landfill. CARB staff wants us to take biomethane and take it to hard to decarbonize industries. We are decarbonizing our own industry. We don't need to pipeline it to other people where there's no pipeline exists. So what will happen is that CARB's been talking about having a biomethane workshop for the last 3.5 years. And every month I'm up here asking for that workshop or what happens to the future of biomethane. Today didn't even address it. Do we flare it, put it back into the trucks? The Advanced Clean Fleet rule on the public agencies are requiring ZEVs. There's no reason to put a ZEV in place when the public fleet can use biomethane from the public landfills as cost effective today. So I look upon staff here, let's hold that hearing. For 3.5 years, I stand in front of you, talk about the future of biomethane, and it's deafens on this board. Let's have that hearing soon and harness biomethane. Thank you.
Thank you. Gracina Mohabir.
Hi, good morning, Chair and Board members. Gracina Mohabir, California Environmental Voters. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. The need to amend these regulations has become more apparent over the years as California drills down on our greenhouse gas reduction strategies, as better technology becomes available to aid in these goals, and as we have a greater understanding of how communities will be harmed if these issues are not addressed proactively and quickly. I want to first acknowledge CARB staff's tremendous work to develop and improve upon these proposed amendments. We appreciate the commitment to proactive emissions management and greater transparency. EnviroVoters is strongly supportive of the path for required use of alternative surface emissions monitoring tech, which would improve upon the current limited scope of how landfill areas are monitored. To harness the full potential of these advanced technologies, we ask that staff consider a midterm review so this is pursued within a reasonable timeline. We are also glad to see the progress with the temperature monitoring framework. However, we ask that earlier downwell monitoring triggers be incorporated as the current timeline remains a little too long and raises flags about not properly preventing landfill fires. As both the chair and staff shared earlier, addressing methane in California is one of the most critical pathways to addressing climate change in an immediate manner, especially when we're facing an unprecedentedly challenging federal environment. The proposed amendments have undeniable benefits to community members who will experience cleaner air due to reduced co-pollutants and to the state as a whole as we cut down on one of the most potent greenhouse gases. And this will be achieved in a cost-effective manner. We urge consideration of these changes and support for these amendments. Thank you for your leadership on this issue.
Thank you. Kevin Ruano.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I work, live, and grown up in Richmond, a community in the Bay Area where it's being faced with many sorts of different emission sources, such as the Chevron refinery, the Republic Service landfill, and other toxic contaminated sites. We know what slow information there are for families who deal with bad air quality already. I support this rule, but I want to highlight 2 points that matter for the betterment for frontline marginalized communities of color. We need continuous fence line monitoring with real-time public data. People should not file record requests to find out what they're breathing. They deserve clear information the moment emissions arise. We also need faster action on high temperature wells. Delays increase the risk of underground fires and impact nearby communities. Stronger temperature thresholds and quicker checks protect people before things get worse. I am asking CARB to require continuous fence line monitoring with public access and to strengthen the temperature response timeline. These steps protect communities like mine that live closest to the farm. Thank you.
John Kennedy.
Good morning, John Kennedy with the Rural County Representative of California. We represent 40 of the state's 58 counties. As local governments, we own and operate landfills, both active and closed landfills, covered and uncovered landfills. 2/3 of the landfills regulated under this regulation are owned and operated by public entities. We're pleased to see ARB update the landfill methane regulation. We like trying to integrate newer technologies. We're strongly supportive of efforts to reduce emissions and reduce emissions faster, and especially trying to detect problems earlier in the process to prevent what happened at Chiquita Canyon. As local governments and operators, we want to ensure that the LMR is implementable for our communities, not unnecessarily burdensome, while also protecting the communities that are host to those landfills. We really appreciate the staff's extensive outreach and conversations with all stakeholders. So while we support the overarching goals of the LMR, we remain deeply concerned with some of the specific measures included in the regulation. We appreciate your direction to staff to continue working on these measures to make it more implementable for local governments. Some of the unique challenges that we face will be state-imposed contracting and procurement requirements that delay our project delivery timeframes, operational challenges associated with facilities that are in atypical locations, challenges bringing people out to the site when we have facilities in remote locations, and especially when it comes to system-wide shutdown, we have a lot of energy reliability challenges in many of our communities. PSPS events are one thing, but we've also had 2,400 fast trip outages annually in our member counties over the last few years. So appreciate the opportunity to be here today to continue working with the staff and hope to continue to refine these issues that we've observed and other local governments have observed going forward. Thank you.
O'Shea Orchid.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board for being here today and for hearing from public about these important amendments. I'm here in support of the amendments as a member of the community of Valverde. Valverde is an amazing community. You're going to hear from a number of residents today to talk about what we're really losing because there wasn't enough prevention in our community and how much data transparency is important. And so with the Chiquita situation, we can really see what happens when we don't take preventative measures. Our community was calling AQMD and getting severely sick before regulators knew what was happening and knew that there was toxic, hazardous chemicals in our environment. And when we talk about the cost, you know, we're looking at this like, is it a cost to the operators? It is a cost to the public. This is a cost to our community that we need to decide. Are we going to put the cost up front and figure out getting what we need to make sure that our environment is safe? Or are we going to put the cost on the back end? And for the operators, the cost of what's happening at Chiquita is extremely significant. And I think if they were to go back in time and decide to do more monitoring and catch this earlier and handle it, they would have. And so I know for other operators who don't have an elevated landfill temperature event right now, they might be saying this is too much cost. But the truth is, even for the operators, spending more money up front to make sure this doesn't happen again is extremely important. And then, of course, for our community, I think all of us who are just wanting to put our trash in the trash bin wouldn't mind a few more cents to make sure that we can buy a house without having the concern of being poisoned in our own homes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jennifer Elkins.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez, board members, and staff. My name is Jennifer Elkins. I'm a resident of Valverde, president of the Valverde Civic Association, and an advocate for environmental justice. I stood before you back in March and begged for you to take action so that no other communities would have to suffer like mine has. I'm here today to tell you we are still being harmed by the Chiquita Canyon landfill. We are still suffering every single day. I have transferred my children to different schools further away. I spend 3 hours a day driving my kids to and from school now. The commute has been a sacrifice, but it's been well worth it because I know my children are breathing cleaner air and I've seen their health improve. The bloody noses, skin irritation, and breathing issues are less than before because they're spending less time in the area. I signed them up for sports and extracurricular activities across town. And we spend as little time as possible at home. And when we are home, we stay inside, windows and doors shut tight. We're prisoners in our own home. We thank CARB for embracing data transparency that is easily accessible and express the need for fence line monitoring to alert of potential threats sooner and real-time public notifications. These things are essential to protecting the people who live, work, or go to school near a landfill. The disaster at Chiquita Canyon Landfill was preventable. Updating the regulations will better protect communities and prevent disasters like Chiquita from happening at other landfills. California is supposed to be the leader in environmental protection, but we're failing. How can we be leaders when our own people are being poisoned in their homes while multi-billion-dollar companies continue to profit? These grocery bags here cost about 30 cents, and we all use these bags for our groceries, and we're willing to pay for them out of convenience. Even though they'll likely end up in the very landfills that are harming us, we should be willing to pay the same price for higher standards that protect communities. 31 cents, that's all it will cost us. The cost of prevention is far less expensive than the cost of inaction, and it doesn't end with regulation. Implementation is imperative. Lastly, this is a systemic issue, and we really need to address the communities that this is affecting. And it's my hope that this board will pass the strongest landfill regulation possible today to protect California communities and the climate. Thank you.
Thank you. Raul Engel.
Good morning. My name is Raul. Thank you, Chair, Board, for having me. Good morning. I stand here before you, not just as a resident in this community, but also as a parent, a neighbor, and a special education teacher who knows what it means to fight for the access to fundamental quality of life. I'm here to state unequivocally that we must pass and enforce the methane regulation, and thank you for leading on that. For far too long, the air we breathe has been a hidden burden. My family, especially when in different areas of Val Verde, suffers from frequent headaches. But let me be clear, this is not psychosomatic. These conditions are not mere inconveniences. They increase our health risks and lead to significant unbudgeted costs, primarily medical expenses. The toll extends beyond my home. I have neighbors who have battled cancer. My next door neighbor, actually. Just recently, a neighbor died of cancer, and I cannot describe the fear this instills. Our environment should not carry the risk of a terminal diagnosis. This is why I fully support the measures and the cost, like Jennifer mentioned, to regulate this issue properly. We must be willing to pay more to secure the health and safety of our children. The consequences of delaying the information and actions are already disrupting our lives. This uncertainty has resulted in constant change, focusing on rescheduling activities like community events and even changed family plans, including Thanksgiving upcoming. We cannot organize our lives when the safety of our air quality is constantly in question. That brings me to a core issue to access and understanding. And so thank you for updating the advanced monitoring, first of all. And this critical step helps provide the technical data on methane and just it must now be made accessible to everyone. The general population needs visual charts, clear charts, maps, and straightforward explanations. So having these visual aids is critically important. So as my job as a special education teacher, my primary responsibility is to modify curriculum.
Thank you.
To remove barriers, but we also need to have accessibility to everybody in public. So thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Froling.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Froling, and thank you, Board, for allowing us to speak to you. I've been a resident of Castaic, which is near Chiquita Canyon Landfill, for 20 years. And in the last 5 years, I've had cancer twice. And going through the chemotherapy and the radiation, I would not wish that upon anybody. And while I was recovering from one of my surgeries, one of my neighbors posted a picture of the carbon mapping and it showed a plume from the landfill going all the way up into my community, which is about 2.3 miles away. And it covered Valverde, and I live in the Hillcrest community of Castaic. I started researching and trying to find the data, so I really appreciate the clear data that you're going to make it for the public, because it is difficult to compare the different gases and understand them. But the thing that really got me is that the landfill near us, they do not maintain properly their equipment. There's no definition. The flares are always going down, and there's no punishment for them when their equipment breaks down. When we don't have the data, there's nothing. So properly maintained equipment needs to have teeth. You need to enforce the rules. The landfill is completely mismanaged and ignored the EPA and CARB's orders, and this needs to stop immediately. When landfills can scrub data, that is wrong. Well-managed needs to be defined. And as a parting note, I had to leave my community that I love so much, and so that my family would be safe. And it's really hard on us financially.
Thank
and
you
we
for your
need-
comment. That concludes your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bianca Lopez.
Good morning. My name is Bianca Lopez. I'm co-founder of Valley Improvement Projects. We're based in Stanislaus County in an area that has one of the worst air basins in the country. Our nonprofit has also successfully shut down the last 2 incinerators in the state of California, and we are very proud of that. Now our county is working to reduce everything that we are going to be putting in the landfill. 13,000 households in our rural communities are exempt from SB 1383, and all of their green waste goes to the landfill and will continue to go to the landfill. As we continue to educate community members and work with our jurisdictions to keep those green wastes out of the landfill, we are here also advocating and in support of the updates for the LMR. We need to be very strict with protections for our communities. We can't wait. Our community is not going to wait to become a Chiquita or La Chiquita. We're not going to experience that before we come to you. We're looking to you to make sure that you increase protections to our communities and that you do not delay. A 10-year update is too long to wait. I'd like to just highlight that the transparency piece in the regulation is very important to us, not just transparency and access to immediate information so that we don't have to request public records is very important, especially for English language proficiency or people who lack English language proficiency. Today, we saw some challenges with interpretation. Your presentation is only in English. The documents and attachments on your website for this LMR update is only in English. This is not accessible, and we must do better. In California, Spanish must be included in your access to information.
Thank you. I want to remind the commenters that the public sign-up closure the public comment sign-ups have now closed. Our next commenter is John Mataka.
Yes, my name is John X. Mataka, and I am from Grayson, California, and I'm the president of the Grayson Neighborhood Council. I recently learned about the threats that methane poses to our environment and our health, and I'm here to urge CARB to make some much-needed changes to the landfill methane regulation. The method of walking the surface with a handheld detector, leaves huge areas of the landfill unchecked due to steep terrain and dangerous conditions. And if the detector is held just a little too far from the surface, it can miss leaks. Instead, landfill operators and regulators should be required to use the latest technologies to detect methane leaks, including drones and satellites. Second, I'm greatly concerned about the potential for underground fires due to excessive subsurface temperatures as was seen by the Chiquita Canyon landfill in Southern California. The proposed temperature threshold of 131 degrees is far too high to keep this from happening and must be lowered, as the temperatures deeper underground could be even higher. Last, CARB needs to ensure that communities have full access to real-time data on methane leaks and temperature exceedances so that they can make informed decisions about how to protect themselves and their families. I want to say that my community has suffered through the Wesley Tire Fire, the only tire incinerator in California. We've suffered through 35 years of burning 800 tons of garbage. We have the only landfill in our county. The other one is shut down due to methane issues. It was in Turlock. And so now, as Bianca has said, that green waste, that I'm one of those 13,000 residents that doesn't have a way to dispose of my green waste because our census tract is too small. Give me a break. So anyway, so that's all going to go to the landfill. So I totally support this, but it has to have teeth. Thank you.
Bill Murphy.
Good morning. I'm a grandfather who knows that all children deserve healthy and safe homes, and I echo the comments of so many of the public commenters here today. I volunteer at Elders Climate Action and Climate Action California to reduce emissions of superpollutant methane and refrigerants. These gases are among the few fast-acting solutions to the emerging climate crisis. Landfill methane is thus pivotal to humanity's future success. This regulation gives me hope. Humanity has new superpowers, methane satellite and drone detection superpowers that will give even better results in the coming years, for example, by folding in predictive AI. I ask that this version of the LMR not be the last word, and instead that CARB be vigorous at bringing further technological tools into actual practice quickly as they achieve proof of concept. For example, applying predictive AI to automated wellhead tuning or to anticipating imminent leaks. Further, we already have technology for real-time fence line monitoring alerts and transparent public-facing websites or scorecards. I was a cost accountant for 34 years and got deeply into 5 or 6 different industries. Moore's law has shown humanity over and over again that we get lower, not higher costs as these very technological superpowers mature. Prevention is always a whole hell of a lot cheaper than cure. Everybody knows that. As a finance lifer, I can tell you that preventing a hotter, drier, sicker future for the American West is dramatically more affordable than having for family wallets than having to suffer the harms. I feel good about this regulation. My organization has thanked the LMR staff for your savvy and the board for its leadership. I really want to see this body of knowledge scaled to other states and other nations. I close by reminding board members of a different but related topic, and that is that I ask CARB to urgently address our state's much larger anthropogenic source of methane, livestock. Please order effective action in that arena. Thank you very much.
Brandy House.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Sanchez and members of CARB for hearing me speak today. My name is Brandy Howes, and I have traveled here from Val Verde, California, where I live 1,000 feet from the Chiquita Canyon landfill. We've lived there for 27 years, where they're experiencing the elevated temperature landfill event. I don't know if you've ever had an encounter with a cloud of methane and other landfill gases, but I do on a daily basis. You become dizzy, disorientated, nauseous. You get headaches, burning sinuses, and bloody noses. These are just the few of the short-term effects me and my neighbors experience. We are left to be concerned with over long-term effects. As of now, I know that myself and my neighbors to my left and my right have all had cancer. And that's been this last year. So our community is asking to take action to protect other communities from our same fate by requesting 3 essential provisions in the updated regulations. First, the data transparency that is easily accessible. Our communities have the right to know what's happening at the landfills near us. Often the data that is currently provided is hard to read and hard to access. So we just need more accessibility. Second, fence line monitoring to alert of potential threats sooner. So the technology exists and we must require it. We need to know when we're in trouble. Third, real-time public notifications. When danger and emission levels are detected, communities must be alerted immediately. Again, so we can get ourselves to safety. Other things such as wildfires and floods have detection. We think that, we deserve the same. Overall, we don't think that these are radical requests. They're just basic environmental principles that that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia Acevedo.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Alicia Acevedo. Disculpen, es primera vez que estoy aquí. Estoy un poco nerviosa. Este, espero, dar algo bien. Ajá.
Good morning. My name is Alicia Acevedo. I apologize. It's my first time here. I'm a little nervous. I hope I can provide a good comment.
Para mí es importante mantener el medio ambiente limpio para prevenir incendios y
For me, it's very important to maintain our environment very clean to prevent fires.
yo estoy aquí en favor de la propuesta y actualización de la legislación. Vengo de Stanislaus con la organización de proyectos de mejoramiento del valle.
I'm here in favor of the proposal of the regulation to I'm coming here from Stanislaus from the organization that is Valley Improvement Projects, known as VIP.
That's it. Gracias.
María Ramos.
Mi nombre es María Ramos, gracias por su atención. Vengo del condado de Stanislaus. Recientemente aprendí sobre las amenazas que el metano representa para nuestro medio ambiente y nuestra salud.
Good morning. My name is Maria Ramos. I'm here from Stanislaus County. I recently learned about how dangerous is the metano.
Estoy aquí para instar a CARB a realizar algunos cambios muy necesarios.
I'm here to ask CARB to do some changes, and they are very necessary.
Que hagan monitoreo más frecuentes en las comunidades.
I'm asking for you to have more oversight in the communities.
Y que si pueden detener estas fugas que nos hacen daño para la salud.
And ask if you can stop those leakings that are bad for our health.
Si se puede, CARB que informe a las comunidades con tiempo.
If it's possible for CARB to inform to the communities with time in advance.
Cuando hay fugas de metano.
When you have metano leaks.
Para tomar decisiones la comunidad y cómo protegernos a sí mismas, para nosotros, para nuestras familias y para nuestros futuros hijos y nietos.
And this to be able to protect ourselves, our families, and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Darcy Stinson.
I'm Darcy Stinson. I'm a Castaic resident, formerly Valverde resident. I want to thank you guys for looking into this. I know a lot of you probably, I recognize quite a few of you. I've been asking for your guys' help for a decade. So I think it's taken way too long to get here. But we're here. So I want to say thank you. And for the future, I would like to see if maybe you guys can look at topics like this much more frequently, especially with the way that advancements, how quickly they are coming now via before. So fence line monitoring, I think it would have helped a lot of our community so we could leave. We've been told lies after lies after lies. One thing I'd like to point out, sitting here listening, there's two gentlemen, I think they were both from different landfills. I could be wrong, but from listening to them, it seemed like they were almost in support of this. I could be wrong, but I find it hard that, you know, the landfill that's poisoned us. I mean, I've gone through cancer twice. I don't hear them coming here trying to say, hey, this is a good thing, or that this should be done, or thanking you guys for doing this. So I think that's great that if I heard them correctly, I think it's great for them for doing that. But the last thing I'd say is my house in Valverde, I had to move. I have an empty house. I have 2 homes now. I can't afford 2 homes. Most people can't. Please look into this a lot more. I support this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kevin Smalley. Or Kevon Smalley, perhaps? All right, we'll go to the next one. Stephen Howes.
Hello, I moved to Valverde in 1998 and bought my first house. I fell in love with a quiet area, rich history, and close community. When we moved there, we were told, hey, don't worry, the landfill's closing. Well, 2 expansions later, in 2022, Chiquita Canyon Landfill has a growing underground elevated temperature event, causing numerous health issues in my community. In 2024, my wife was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer. And oddly, 10 of my close neighbors either have or had cancer as well. My family of 6 are all dealing with health issues related to the toxins coming from the landfill reaction. My home of 27 years is for sale, and so far, I have not been able to sell it, even after dropping the price $75,000 below market. I spend my vacation days speaking at meetings like this, volunteering at local councils and advisory committees, instead of spending time with my family and having fun. Please don't cater to the billion-dollar landfill corporations. The reason we are currently suffering is because the government agencies failed to properly protect us with the proper regulations like you have proposed today. The real cost to landfill operators of these amendments is pennies compared to the costs when things go wrong. If these rules were already updated, maybe my family wouldn't be sick. My house wouldn't be for sale. My close friend and neighbor would still live next door to me. I wouldn't be pleading with you right now to make these amendments and implement them right now. You all have the power to change this. I ask you to act now. Don't delay. We can't have any more time delayed on this. Protect the communities that are dealing with what we're dealing with as well. Thank you so much.
Gavin Bruce.
Hi, good morning. My name is Gavin Bruce. I work with Valley Improvement Projects, an organization that works in Stanislaus County and the northern San Joaquin Valley. We know what it means in the Northern Valley to have to deal with poor air quality and having to fight for air quality, living in a basin, as was mentioned earlier. I want to mention that when I first started hearing about how landfills are currently regulated in California, I was incredibly surprised the fact that in the 21st century, we're still walking the face of a landfill and using a detector to try to find plumes, when we have now satellites and drone technology that can monitor those things. And while this regulation is not perfect in its current form, There are certain issues that I have with the temperature threshold that was set. I want to urge the board to pass the regulation. And while there are concerns about, the costs of implementing regulations, as has been mentioned by a number of people from the fence line communities, there is a cost, a tremendous cost to not acting, and it's being borne not by the operators, but disproportionately by the fence line communities in the form of declining property values, in the form of medical bills, and in the form of emotional and psychological stress that's being put on these communities. So I want to urge the board to pass. Chair Sanchez, I know you were just in Brazil for COP30 with the governor, and the governor's office has put out statements about the urgency to deal with methane as a climate pollutant to combat climate change. And so I want to just reiterate that and say that this is an opportunity to protect our communities here in California and show the rest of the country and the rest of the world that we're serious about doing what's needed to address climate change and reduce methane. Thank you.
Bill McGavern.
Thanks. Bill McGavern with the Coalition for Clean Air. Board members, the vote that you're taking on this will actually be the most important action that the board is taking this year. And we thank the board members and staff who have taken the time to meet with our coalition. Approving this rule will have both global and local impact. Globally, the chair spoke eloquently about the importance of reducing methane. We know it's a short-lived climate pollutant, an important lever that we have to get a handle on this runaway climate change that we're experiencing. And California can't claim to continue to be a leader on reducing methane emissions unless we update this rule. And also, you're hearing from so many folks who are affected by landfills in their communities, and we know CARB can't fix all of the problems that they're facing from these landfills, but what you can do is to make sure that leaks are caught sooner and fixed sooner, and that is going to not only reduce the methane, but a lot of these other toxins that are affecting people's health. We do recommend a couple minor changes that we think will make this more effective. One is to put a timeline on the technology assessment by the executive officer. We suggest 18 months. And secondly, to change the wellhead temperature period to 30 days so that, again, we're catching that problem sooner. These taken as a whole, these are common sense improvements and updates in this rule. The benefits outweigh the cost by almost 3 to 1. That's using conservative methodology. And I was here in 2010 with Dr. Bombs and others when the original rule was approved. We knew then that it would need to be strengthened and updated. Now's the time to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Arabalo.
My name is Cher Arabalo. I'm from the Castaic community. And this may not be the most conventional way to present, but I wrote this. Sorry, can you hear me now? All right. I wrote this to express the community's experience. I can see what's happening, and they don't have a clue. The county's blind. Here's the bottom line. It's up to me and you. The sick, sweet smell of benzene. There's methane everywhere. And with all this poison in the atmosphere, disasters in the air, can you smell the dump tonight? It's in the evening breeze. It's killing us, and they just tell us, call a QMD. Here's what I'm trying to tell you, but how to make you see. They're poisoning our kids. Impossible. That's just pure villainy. They're holding back, they're hiding. But why I can't decide, is it corporate greed or just plain politics that pushes us aside? Can you smell the dump tonight? It's in the evening breeze. It creeps inside our hearts and lungs and makes our noses bleed. Can you smell the dump tonight? You needn't try too hard. It seeps inside our schools and houses. It's not just in our yards. But if you smell the dump tonight, it can be assumed your healthy days on earth are over, in short, Valverde's doomed. Thank you for all that you're doing.
Kevin Smalley, did you return, Kevin Smalley? Not, we'll go to Teresa Bowie. Teresa.
Wow, how do I follow that? That was great. Good morning. My name is Teresa Bowie. I'm the Senior Climate Campaign Director at Pacific Environment. First off, I would like to welcome Chair Sanchez to CARB. We're so excited to work with you in your new capacity. Yeah, so as you already, while you often hear from me talking about shipping, Pacific Environment, our focus is on combating climate change. And as you probably know, methane is a climate supervillain hiding in plain sight. It is responsible for 30% of global warming, and you've heard from community members today on the impacts of their health and their family's health. So I just want to thank you to all the staff for all your hard work and the stakeholder engagement. The proposed amendments have made significant progress in improving data rigor, temperature response, and trend monitoring of landfill data. I want to align our recommendations in the coalition letters and the advocates before me, including Coalition for Clean Air and CUW, and ask that the board create a robust, publicly accessible system for community data that has bilingual translation and a commitment to access all available technologies within 18 months of adopting these amendments so that the monitoring improves as quickly as the technology does, and strengthening emission projection and previewing dangerous leaks. Thank you again for your leadership, and we urge your support for the recommendation and ask that you do everything in your power to help protect the community's health. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I mispronounced this. Layla Sharp.
Good morning, Chair members of the board. My name is Layla Sharp. I'm a UC Davis political science public service major, and I will be speaking on behalf of Environment California as a clean air and water intern. California landfills are the largest source of methane emissions in the state, accounting for 41% of the total. Methane is one of the most powerful greenhouse gases and is a major contributor to accelerating climate change. And when it's released from landfills, it carries harmful pollutants and degrades air quality in the California environment. Environment California supports the proposed amendment to support methane monitoring, shortening repair timelines, and requiring use of better leak detection, such as drones and laser scanners. These updates will move California towards cleaner air, stronger enforcement, and more transparency. We especially support the improvements that reduce emissions during gas system downtime and require earlier action when new waste is placed. These steps are essential to prevent avoidable methane leaks, protect surrounding ecosystems, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We urge CARB to make landfill emissions data publicly available in real time. Transparency monitoring will help ensure that these leaks are detectable quickly, so action can be taken before emissions spread and cause environmental harm. My generation, our next generation, deserves clean air, healthy land, and climate policies that actually reduce emissions. At this time, climate change is accelerating, and California must continue to lead. Stronger landfill methane standards are innovative, science-based, approachable, in reducing greenhouse gases and protecting public health and helping the state achieve its climate goals. We urge CARB to adopt these amendments and ensure local air districts have the resources to enforce them. Thank you for your leadership and this opportunity to provide my comment.
Thank you. Veronica Aguirre.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and board members. My name is Veronica Loya Aguirre. I'm a policy advocate with Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice. I am also a resident of Avenel, home of the Avenel landfill. I'm here today not only for myself and my neighbors, but for every community across California living near a landfill. Communities that carry the same daily burdens we do. It's been 15 years since there's been real change to the landfill methane regulation. And in those 15 years, my community has seen landfill expansion, more tonnage, stronger odors, more diesel traffic, and now subsurface fires. 15 years of waiting has meant 15 years of worsening conditions for real people and real families. You've heard from scientists, experts who shared the data, the methane emissions, the climate impacts, and the urgent need to act. I want to share what that looks like for those of us who live right next to it, frontline communities. While industry talks about financial burden of stronger methane rules, we're living the human burden every single day. We have expenses like doctor visits, prescriptions, air filters, rodent control, just to make our homes livable. And we carry the constant worry about our kids and what they're breathing. We talk about the cost, and let's be honest, our health has a price too. The communities like mine have been paying for far too long. This isn't about just methane, it's about justice, about protection, and about putting people before profits. And with a few seconds, I just want to send a message directly to industry. Enough with the fear-mongering about raising rates and the guilt tactics to make poor people feel bad for caring about their health and families. As you worry about lost profits, add loss of life to the equation, because that's what we're worried about, real life, real burdens. And I ask you to look at the community members in the room and see us of lives, not numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Leticia Luna.
Ujú. Bueno, soy Leticia Alcalá Luna. Yo llegué a la comunidad en el 2001. Ese pueblo me gustó porque era muy tranquilo, bonito, pero desde que pusieron el vertedero, ya más de 15 años, ya ahorita ya no se puede salir a la calle porque huele muy feo. Era muy bonito esa comunidad, pero ahorita mucha gente se está yendo de la comunidad. Ahorita las casas ya es difícil que las vendan porque ya dicen que la comunidad de Avenal es un basurero. Lo único que pedimos, leyes más estrictas y que no queden nada más en un papel, que en verdad vayan y que monitoreen en verdad, vayan y monitoreen, y que ustedes que están aquí, que vayan y que vean a dónde está el basurero, porque el basurero está muy cerca de la comunidad de Avenal. Ahorita hay casos de enfermedades, la fiebre del valle, cáncer. Entonces yo me preocupa por mis hijos, mis nietos y por las generaciones futuras. Ojalá no lo echen no nomás en el papel, que vayan y que investiguen y que manden a gente a investigar, que no nada más quede y que no nada más nos escuchen, que no nada más muevan la cabeza, sí, sí, pero que no hagan nada, que ojalá que hagan algo por nosotros, la comunidad de Avenal. El basurero está muy cerca de la comunidad. Gracias por su atención.
Hello, my name is Leticia Luna. I'm from the community of Avenal in Kings County. I arrived in that community in 2001. The community for me looked very pretty and calm. That was 15 years ago. And now we cannot go out of the streets. The smell is really bad. People is leaving our community because their homes are not safe, and when they leave, they are difficult to sell. We live very close to the landfills. We are asking for you to provide us with a stronger laws, that you send people to monitor what is going on. We don't want everything to be just on paper. Please go to our landfill. You can see how close it is to our homes. We have illnesses as cancer valley fever, among others. Please take care of our sons, our daughters, our future generations. Please send people to investigate. Don't just move your heads listening to us. Take action. Thank you.
Thank you. Maribel Viejas.
Hola, mi nombre es Maribel Villegas, vengo de la comunidad de Avenal, donde tenemos un vertedero dentro de la comunidad y cruzando la calle de donde está mi casa. Nos ha afectado mucho como en enfermedades, asma, personas con tumores, especialmente en mi familia. Estoy yo diagnosticada con quistes, mi hija y mis dos hijas. Yo estoy aquí para pedirles que hagan reglas estrictas, muy estrictas, y que, como dijo la compañera, no lo dejen nomás en el papel y nos escuchen y nos digan que sí, y cuando nos vayamos, pues lo dejen en el archivo olvidado. También, digamos, también hay hemos tenido muchas plagas de mosquitos, de grillos, de cucarachas, de ratones, que eso también afectan a la salud de la comunidad. También los gases que emiten también afectan en la salud de la comunidad. Es como la fiebre del valle, también los quistes, también los gases que emite ese vertedero también contribuyen mucho a que las personas tengan tumores. Entonces, yo quisiera que ustedes hicieran algo, pero algo en verdad, porque las personas que administran ese vertedero nos han mentido mucho, nos han escondido muchas cosas y nosotros ya no tenemos a quién acudir. Y pienso que ustedes son las personas que son las únicas que pueden ayudarnos y regular ese basurero o sacarlo, que no vayan más, no lleven basura que no sea de nuestro pueblo, porque hay tantos troques que no se pueden ni manejar. Ha habido accidentes por tantos troques que van con basura, aparte de que van derramando líquido, y eso no sabemos si eso se va a nuestras aguas y no la contaminan. Entonces yo quisiera pedirles de la manera más atenta que hagan algo en verdad, porque la ciudad de Avenal se está enfermando y se está muriendo mucha gente a causa del vertedero. Y estoy segura, no necesitan decirme que no soy especialista, que no soy doctora, pero estoy muy segura que todas las enfermedades nuevas y cáncer y tumores y más enfermedades que han salido nuevas es
Thank you
por el
very much.
vertedero.
Your comment has to be interpreted, so
Okay.
time is up.
I'm
Hi.
sorry.
Hi, my
excited.
name is Maribel Villegas. I'm from the community of Avenal. We have a landfill inside of our community, and it's actually across the street of my home. We have been affected with cancer, tumors, and other illnesses. Myself, I have been diagnosed with cysts, the same for my two daughters. We ask you for a strict regulation, not only in paper. Please don't just say yes and act like you are going to do something and everything go only to files. We also have a lot of problems with pests, mosquitoes, mice, among others. We also have the gases that affect our health. We have the fever valley, cysts, gases, tumors. I would like for you to do something. The administrators of the landfill have been lying to us for too long. We don't have where to go, only you. You can regulate or disappear the landfill from our community. We also have a lot of accidents with the trucks. We have so many trucks in our communities who go to dispose the garbage. Besides that, they have a lot of contamination in the water. Please help Avenal community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Helm.
Hello, board. Tom Helm. I'm the co-founder of Valley Improvement Projects, environmental justice group in Stanislaus County, and also one of the founding organizations of the California Environmental Justice Coalition, which has almost 100 members throughout the state from many frontline communities. And involved in that movement, we're very familiar with the history of waste, especially in California, and these environmental justice communities and where things like landfills and incinerators were placed. The last trash incinerator in California was in Stanislaus County. And we are here to support communities in the San Joaquin Valley, like in West Stanislaus, Crow's Landing, the other communities that were near that incinerator and continue to be near the landfill. Other communities like in the Manteca landfill, which is actually very close to South Stockton, and in Avenal, which you heard community members speak about today, and also the others from Richmond and Valverde and the other communities you heard from. I know in the San Joaquin Valley, many of these communities, they aren't just near a landfill, but they're near the 5 freeway, the 99, they're near old biomass incinerators or trash incinerators. They're near communities that are sprayed with pesticides and in the Southern Valley near oil and gas operations. And these landfills just add on to that with more particulate matter and VOCs and NOx and benzene. So these landfill regulations are obviously overdue, and I'm here in support with the other community members that are in favor of strong regulations on landfill methane. The temperature framework can be stronger. We need quicker action, more monitoring, the use of more technology, and actually requiring it. We know we have the technology, drones and satellites. We need to invest in getting that data to the
Thank you.
communities and the communities that are on the ground doing that work, getting that information to their community members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Socorro Rebolledo.
Buenos días. Buenos días. Buenos días. Gracias les doy por su hermoso tiempo, ¿verdad? Que nos prestan, nos regalan para escucharnos, porque nosotros somos la minoría y solamente ustedes nos pueden escuchar y hay mucha necesidad para que muevan el dompe, porque hay muchas enfermedades. Estamos hablando por los que ya fallecieron, ya no pueden hablar, y estamos hablando por muchos que no vinieron porque están en oxígeno o en hospitales, por muchas enfermedades que ha causado ese dompe. Y estamos hablando por los que no han hablado, que son niños que no pueden hablar para el futuro. Pueden mover el dompe. Hay mucho terreno, hay muchos cerros, hay muchas partes donde pueden moverlos fuera de una comunidad donde está dañando a la humanidad. Somos seres humanos, pero no porque somos minoría vamos a morir de esa manera. Y ustedes son muy buenas personas que pueden ayudarnos a salir adelante. Estos cartulines no están hechos nada más por alguien que no tenía tiempo que hacer, sino que lo hicieron con un propósito de que seamos escuchados, de que sean escuchados. Nosotros no podemos llegar aquí, pero hoy llegamos, gracias a Dios, y les doy gracias por su tiempo.
Hello, my name is Socorro Rebolledo, and I'm from Avenal in Kings County. I want to thank you first for your time to listen to us. We are a minority, and sometimes we don't have people to listen to us. Only you can listen. You need to move the landfill out of our community. We are here not only in a personal basis, we are also the voice of those who cannot be here, sick people, dying people, people that are still in hospitals with oxygen or dealing with other issues. Also, we are here representing our kids and future generations. Move your landfill. There are mountains, there are deserts, there are places where no human beings are present. We are a minority and we need to be taken care of. We have these signs here, not only because we were trying to do science, we wanted to be heard, we want you to see us. Please help us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Matt Holmes.
Hi, friends, countrymen, Romans, board members, friends and old. Matt Holmes, California Environmental Justice Coalition. Happy to address you on this issue today. I think I want to thank all the people from traveling all across the state to bring us their meaningful experiences with this landfill-related pollution. I think, everybody gets it in the room. There's a few people that don't. We heard some really bizarre stuff about procurement from the rural counties. We heard Waste Management pull out its pockets about costs when they count their money by billions. I think it was 22 last year. And then we also heard something interesting from Republic Services about their desire to work with the regional air districts. As someone who submitted a records request, somebody mentioned earlier that no family should have to submit a records request to find out what they'd been exposed to. As someone who has submitted those to my regional air district, I was surprised, I pretended to be surprised when they told me that they had no records on temperature or criteria pollutants, because that's not what they call them, right? So my regional air district, San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District, likes to play dumb about the pollution that they monitor at their landfills. So I want to bring those up as all reasons for this board to keep this authority here in this room and to pass the most stringent rule possible, and to really consider that we have the technology for fence line monitoring and early alert systems. I can show you how to do it. I actually learned how to do it by partnering with CARB. CARB and I have developed multiple ground level monitoring systems, and we can warn people and we can provide behavioral interventions so that people can protect themselves and they don't have to go do forensic pathology on what they were exposed to. And if we do that, maybe we don't ever have to hear anybody harmonize with nosebleed again. So thank you for your time, and let's get the most stringent rule and keep the authority in this room.
Thanks. Maria Torres.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María Torres y yo también vengo de Avenal. Estoy aquí porque me siento triste de ver que tanta gente que está aquí sentada y no pueden hacer nada por la comunidad. No pueden hacer nada por el futuro de nuestros niños. Ellos no pueden defenderse. Ellos se levantan con esos olores en la mañana, con ese malestar de mirar que en su casa hay muchos animales, hay muchos ratones, hay muchas cucarachas y tenemos tanta representación y no miran para abajo, no miran para donde estamos nosotros, ¿verdad? Los niños es el futuro de nosotros, porque nosotros ya vamos para abajo, ya estamos viejos. Y si están aquí ustedes representando, ayúdenos. Pero ayúdenos de verdad, no nomás digan, oh, voy a hacer este cambio y nunca lo hagan. Hablamos cuando huele mal ahí en Avenal, este día y van en 2 días. ¿Usted cree que el olor va a estar ahí como en una copita o como en una bolita? No, tienen que hacer acción, tienen que ayudarnos, tienen que trabajar para nosotros, para los que no tenemos voz, porque ustedes son la voz allá arriba. Por nuestros niños, porque todos tenemos descendientes, todos tenemos hijos, ¿eh? Ahora, los viejitos, bueno, yo también estoy viejita, ¿verdad? Pero digo, todavía hay viejitos que no pueden defenderse, que no pueden venir aquí, como dice la señora, están allá acostados en una cama por culpa de todo eso que sale del dompe. ¿Por qué no hacer nada por nosotros? ¿Por qué no trabajar en eso? ¿Por qué tenemos que estar allá nosotros nomás esperando a ver quién se le ocurre decir, ok, vamos a ir a chequear ese dompe, a ver a que hagan las reglas que tienen que hacer? ¿Por qué no hacer eso por nosotros, por la comunidad, por nuestro futuro, por nuestros niños? ¿Mm? Gracias.
Good morning, my name is Maria Torres. I'm here for Avenal, and I'm here really sad because I'm looking at so many people. You are so many, and you don't do anything for our community, for our people. You don't have to wake up every morning with the bad smell, with the pests, with the problems that we have. You don't see our way, our kids, our future generations. I'm old. It is a lot of people that they are old, but still we need to do something. We need your help to make a change. Sometimes we call and report the bad smells in our community, and somebody goes to check on it 2 days after. You think that those smells are going to be there 2 days after? Please take action. Work for us. You are our voice. You are the only voice that we can have. Help our kids, the old people like me. We cannot defend ourselves. Sometimes we are in beds, as my peer said. We are waiting for somebody to go there to check, to do rules that really work. Please do everything you can for our community. Thank you.
Igna Pacheco. Okay, we'll move to Lee Helfand.
You've already heard heart-wrenching stories about health and community welfare. I want to focus on the second part of CARB's mission statement, considering effects on the economy. Just as they did 15 years ago when the LMR was first being considered, waste companies and landfill operators are touting increased costs. The sky did not fall then, and there's absolutely no evidence that it will happen now. Adjusted for inflation, average statewide tipping fees have only increased a single percentage point since 2011. Riverside County warned in 2009 that the methane rule would force them to double staff, but in reality, their tipping fee increased by about 12 cents per year from 2010 to 2023. 12 cents. And remember, tipping fees are driven by lots of factors like fuel, labor, equipment, and contracts. The cost of inaction is exponentially higher. The disaster at the Chiquita Canyon landfill is a stark example. In 2024, the underground fire at Chiquita cost the operator $224 million to manage. After throwing nearly $250 million at the problem, it's still not solved. The community continues to suffer profound health impacts and costs continue to mount. The methane that spews from our state's landfills is supercharging climate change, one of the biggest financial burdens we collectively face. California's Natural Resources Agency conservatively estimates that climate change will cost our state $113 billion a year by 2050, around $3,000 per person, paid in the form of higher taxes, rising costs of necessities like healthcare and groceries. By contrast, CARB's proposal would cost about 31 cents per person per year. This isn't complicated math. A strong LMR is the smart fiscal choice. This rulemaking represents an opportunity for CARB to put its mission statement into real, tangible action, and I urge you to take it. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriela Faccio.
Good morning, almost afternoon here. All. Chair Sanchez, welcome. Board members and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Gabriela Facio. I'm with Sierra Club California. We are the legislative and regulatory advocacy arm for Sierra Club chapters across California. I'll try to not be too repetitive as I'm the last one, but on behalf of our 500,000 members and supporters statewide, I did want to align our recommendations with those that have been made before me by Assemblymember Schiavo, our partner organizations at CAW, VIP, Pacific Environment, and many others here today, along with the community members that made the long trip to be here and make their voices and experiences heard to support a strong LMR. For a firm review schedule to accelerate adoption of methane leak detection technologies and to reject bogus industry cost arguments. We have already heard enough and seen how detrimental the impacts are on frontline communities. These impacts have and will continue to be preventable. Climate damages are already costing our state billions annually. These unreported long-term public health and quality of life costs we very often don't account for, individuals will continue to pay for. We have enough of an affordability crisis to be punting yet another preventable cost onto Californians. We need to aim higher than the national standard. I urge CARB to adopt a strong LMR. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll try Digna Pacheco one more time. Digna. Okay, that concludes our in-person commenters. We'll turn to the Zoom commenters.
We currently have 13 Zoom commenters with their hands raised in Zoom. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. I would like to again remind all commenters to please speak slowly and clearly for our interpreters and court reporter. The first Zoom commenter is Lim Chung. I have unmuted your microphone. Please begin.
Hi, hello, everybody.
So I'm Lim Chen, and I'm a DCAP participant. So I applied to the DCAP program because I wanted to make a change. So not just for myself, but for the environment. And my old car was really in efficiency and not very eco-friendly. So it burned through gas and added to the pollution in my area. I have always believed in doing my part to reduce the emissions, but the cost of switching to an EV was expensive until I found DCAP. So thanks to the program, I was able to replace my old car with a much cleaner, more efficient one. The biggest change for me has been peace of mind. I know I'm driving something that's better for the planet, and that matters to me. I'm also saving money on gas and maintenance. But beyond the savings, I just feel good to be part of the solution, to know that I'm contributing to cleaner air and a healthier future for my community. I'm really grateful for the support DCAP provided. It made a big difference in my life, and I hope more people get the chance to benefit from it too. Thank you.
Thank you. The next Zoom commenter is Brian Koloji. I have unmuted your microphone. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Brian Koloji, and I'm with the Koloji Corporation. And I have a comment here about landfill regulations. There's a there's a recent patent as of just last week, actually, November 11th, that is the most economically to convert methane emissions from landfills into a high heating fuel by way of membrane oxygen enrichment. This is a mature 60-plus year science and commercially practiced technology that has been used by refineries in sulfur recovery and steel production for decades, and can also be used to dilute methane as produced from landfills. This proven science and technology has been around for 50 years. As summarized and promoted by the U.S. Department of Energy in their oxygen enrichment combustion tip sheet from September 2005. The practice of separating and producing concentrated nitrogen from 79 to 90%, and also producing concentrated oxygen directly from air, from raising it from 21 to 60% O2, has been most economically produced and commercially practiced gas separation with membranes for over 50 years. So, and we have some of the largest membrane manufacturers in the world here in California. This is a circa $100 million industry. And I strongly encourage CARB to consider regulations that allow this most economic methane emission conversion to fuel innovation that enables a profit to be made out of methane emission reductions from landfills, and also convert the methane emission to a valuable fuel. Thank you, CARB. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Next is Emily Thompson. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and you can begin.
Hi, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Emily Thompson. I am the manager of nationwide policy for clean outdoor air at the American Lung Association, and I'm here in support of the proposed amendments to the landfill methane regulation and believe that additional attention to data access for communities would further support health. Methane emissions from landfills are the third largest source of human-related methane in the United States. Reducing methane emissions has become a global priority. The United Nations Environment Program has made it clear we cannot meet our climate goals without drastic reductions in methane. Climate change is already impacting the health of people across California and the country. This year alone, we've seen deadly wildfires, dangerous flooding, and extreme heat waves, disasters made worse by climate change, which is being accelerated by methane. California's landfill methane rule, first adopted in 2010, was a critical step forward. But 15 years later, we know more and we can do better. The proposed amendments are a step forward, reflecting years of research, technological improvements, and lessons learned from landfill fires, including the underground smoldering events that have exposed communities to harmful pollution in California. During a landfill fire, air pollutants such as volatile organic compounds and carcinogens like benzene are released alongside methane, causing severe health risks for communities. Strengthening these methane protections means strengthening public health and safety, and we encourage the board to consider further strengthening opportunities to identify leaks and make community data more accessible. Communities living near landfills deserve to know what they are breathing. I urge CARB to also ensure that these amendments include requirements for real-time fence line monitoring with publicly available data, quarterly and annual reports published online, and a public data dashboard displaying emissions and operational information as soon as practicable. These measures will not only reduce methane emissions, but they will also build trust, accountability, and healthier communities. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Next is Julia Levin. I have unmuted your microphone. Please begin.
Thank you. Julia Levin with the Bioenergy Association of California. I really want to thank the chair and the staff for your very strong comments about the urgency of reducing methane and other short-lived climate pollutants. And I hope that this is a moment where the state will go back to prioritizing the reduction of short-lived climate pollutants, because it really appears from this board, the Public Utilities Commission, and other state agencies that California has lost focus on that urgent climate priority over the last several years, and we need to refocus on it. Landfill gas capture is an important first step, but it is only part of the equation. We also have to focus much more on what to do with all of the biomethane that will be captured. Right now, the Public Utilities Commission is rapidly shutting down the markets for biomethane. This board has recognized in the past in Resolution 23-13 that the board needs to identify and help to develop new markets for biomethane, long-term, reliable, and multiple markets. And the board has not yet moved forward on that. We are years behind in meeting the requirements of SB 1383, methane reduction in general, but landfill diversion in particular. And so we really need the board not just to adopt these regulations, but to help identify and develop new markets so that we can put biomethane to beneficial use. Right now, the amount of landfill gas that is leaking and the amount of landfill gas that is captured and flared is equivalent to 1 billion gallons a year of gasoline or diesel. If we put all that landfill gas to beneficial use, we could displace 1 billion gallons of petroleum products that are used in California every year. So in addition to adopting these regulations, we urge the Air Board to implement Resolution 23-13 and help identify and build new markets for biomethane utilization. Thank you.
Next is Kimberly Burr. I have unmuted your microphone. Please begin.
Yes, hi, thank you. I just wanted to also thank you for going to COP, Chair Sanchez and the Governor Newsom. I'm very proud that California was so well represented. I know my supervisor, Member Hopkins, has been, and it seems like very important that California be represented there. So I just wanted to send my gratitude to you guys for doing that. Also wanted to I don't think I'm going to be back here for the public comment period, but with regard to your important emissions inventory, I think that's just a groundbreaking effort. And I think that California, for better or worse, has a great responsibility to get our emissions inventory, very tight. And my study of it so far, I'm just looking for, is it capturing all the emissions? If it's not, which I know there are some exempt activities, can we capture that portion of emissions that is basically exempt? So we have a picture of the total emissions the state is trying to address, but in what activities are being addressed and which ones still need to be addressed. So I think that would be a great addition to your program, and I look forward to seeing that and helping if there's any way I can help, but also to encourage maybe there to be a staff presentation on the emissions that we are trying to address and those that that have escaped kind of the regulatory framework so far. So thank you guys again for all your important work. I support the methane rule and reducing the time frames for which these things need to be accomplished. Thank you again, and I'll stop there.
Thank you. Next, we have Abigail DeSesa. I have unmuted your microphone. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Abigail DeSesa, and I'm a 26-year resident of Valverde Canyon in the town of Castaic and a victim of Chiquita Canyon landfill. Sadly, ETLF and set events are not rare these days, and the citizens of California are not falling for that excuse anymore, and neither should CARB. Elevated methane is often an indicator something may be going wrong in a landfill. The proverb, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, comes to mind, and it is what we are asking for now. If only Chiquita Canyon landfill had followed this proverb, none of this would have happened to my town and many other landfills that are following quickly in their footsteps. The long-term savings far outweighs the short-term initial investment. This goes the same for our government. Invest in the preventative legislation and action, because paying for all the sick people that end up as a result of these broken landfills creates lots of medical bills and unemployed people. Due to long-term exposure, many of these symptoms do permanent damage and don't go away. Eventually, the government will end up footing the bill. Currently, in my town, we are paying very high utility bills, experiencing property value loss, more medical bills, and serious loss of quality of life. I am petrified to go to the doctor for fear what I may find from living near this landfill. Thank you for considering my request for an ounce of prevention. I am only one of so many living in this hell that has stolen years from my life, and all of this could have been prevented. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter we have is Ileana Navarro. I have unmuted your microphone and you may begin.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Ileana, and I work for the Central California Environmental Justice Network. First, I would like to thank CARB staff for the work that they put into this regulation that is being proposed. Second, I want to advocate for fence line monitoring for problematic landfills to be added to this regulation today. Fence line monitoring at refineries in Kern County have given nearby residents actual data about what they're actually breathing instead of relying on industry infrequent inspections. When monitors at refineries detect elevated levels of pollution, a notification on a live website is triggered that helps notify community members. This is especially valuable during H2S releases that might have otherwise gone unnoticed until people start experiencing symptoms. If CARB is unwilling to add fence line monitoring at landfills at this time, I would ask that CARB make a research commitment to establish a non-regulatory fence line monitoring system at a problematic landfill. This would help CARB staff get the data themselves on frequency and concentration of methane releases across the landfill boundary and be able to start getting data on if methane releases across the landfill boundary are connected to community order and/or health complaints. This is not something that the waste industry is going to voluntarily do, so it is up to CARB. Communities living near landfills have the right to clean air and the right to know who and what landfill is putting into the air they breathe. Thank you so much again for the opportunity to provide comments.
Thank you. The next Zoom commenter is Katie Webb. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and you can begin.
Good morning, Chair and members. Katie Webb with the Climate Center. I am here to speak in strong support of the proposed landfill methane regulations and thank the staff that has been working diligently on delivering impactful regulations. California has committed to leading the world on climate action, but we cannot meet our climate targets or protect our communities without confronting one of the largest and most preventable sources of methane emissions in the state, our landfills. The great news is the solution is already in our hands. Because methane is a potent yet short-lived climate pollutant, every ton of this greenhouse gas we can prevent from escaping into the atmosphere delivers near-term climate benefits, the kind of near-term action Californians need in the face of worsening heat waves, floods, fire, and beyond. The proposed regulations are practical, science-based, and achievable. We specifically support amendments such as the enhanced wellhead monitoring and response protocols, strengthened gas collection and control systems requirements, the establishment of a super emitter response program, and the improved data collection and reporting requirements. We also support additional measures to further improve surface emissions monitoring, including more frequent monitoring, the notification for local communities of super emitter response events, and shifting financial responsibility for third-party remote sensing data collection to landfill operators, with CARB-approved vendors providing data directly to CARB operators and local air districts. California has never shied away from ambitious environmental leadership. By adopting strong landfill methane rules, CARB can deliver one of the fastest, most cost-effective climate wins available, while also protecting public health and advancing environmental justice. I strongly urge you to adopt the strongest possible version of these regulations. Methane reductions at landfills are not a burden, they are an opportunity. And California cannot afford to leave that opportunity on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Christian Bisher. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Christian Bisher, and I work for the Central California Environmental Justice Network and have engaged with the Avenel landfill. I support the proposed regulation and would like to thank CARB LMR staff for adding surface and download temperature monitoring to this updated LMR. Ensuring operators are not melting and collapsing methane control equipment pipes is a great step forward in reaching methane emission reduction goals and protecting nearby public. Existing regulation allows temperature increases and temperature monitoring to occur in the dark. Thank you for hopefully bringing it into the light. I would add at 131 degrees Fahrenheit at the surface, you are still going to be identifying problem landfills instead of preventing landfills from becoming a problem. Second, I support the resolution saying reported information will be shared on a website. However, this is a very general statement and communities would be more protected if specifics were included in the resolution or regulation. A PDF submitted by the landfill operator with no explanation does not help an ordinary community member, but would comply with the proposed resolution. But it would be very helpful if CARB staff provided easily understandable supporting background information and visually showed graphs of landfill wellhead temperatures and indicated where operator mitigations actions were occurring. This would help visually show communities what is occurring at their landfill and if the mitigation actions being done are working at reducing temperatures. Updating the regulation to make submitted information be in this form already or easily created from would remove this burden from CARB staff. Lastly, I would like to encourage everyone to stop using like the legal sidestepping language such as set events and instead call what's happening what it is, subsurface fires. I believe that disrespects and the people living near these landfills. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Olivia Alves. I have unmuted your microphone and you may begin.
My name is Olivia Alves, and I'm representing RMI, an independent, nonpartisan nonprofit working to secure a clean energy future for all. Thank you to CARB staff for the thoughtful and rigorous work that went into the proposed amendments. CARB's own analysis shows that the benefits of strengthening landfill methane regulation are more than triple the estimated costs. While the proposed amendments impose no direct compliance costs for individuals, if they were passed on to Californians, it would amount to just 31 cents per person per year. For that modest investment, the state secures cleaner and safer air for frontline communities. Remote sensing, air, and satellite surveys have repeatedly detected super-emitting plumes at California landfills, many of which are large, undetected, and untreated. Bloomberg News this summer also reported on Chiquita Canyon's landfill fire. CARB's proposal takes a major step forward by embracing proven best practices and readily available technologies. We urge the board to maintain the following: the requirement to inspect and repair remotely detected plumes, enhanced monitoring and reporting, earlier GCCS installation, including the use of horizontal wells, which are widely used across the industry today, limits on wellfield downtime, and more robust cover assessments. We urge the board to also adopt several enhancements. This includes to require cost-effective advanced monitoring technologies such as drones once multiple systems are approved, increase monitoring frequency to biweekly, to require fence line monitoring near communities, requiring automated wellhead tuning, and to publish monitoring and compliance data for the public. We urge the board to adopt the strongest possible version of this rule and move swiftly towards implementation. Thank you for the time and the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Next, we have Brian Loma. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brian Loma. I am the Hazardous Materials and Waste Diversion Advocate for Green Latinos here in Colorado, where we have spent nearly a year and a half working on our landfill methane emission regulations, which are still yet to be approved, and a final version of negotiated between the industry and haulers and municipalities was just approved for the record to be submitted today. In our work over the last 18 months, we have found that open destruction or matchstick flares are ineffective and don't effectively destroy the methane and hazardous air pollutants coming out of landfills. That organic material and the methane created from it draws many different toxic chemicals out of the landfill and into the communities who breathe the air. And we have learned to regulate our GCCS systems to avoid landfill fires, the occurrence of them. And so I'm on here today because many of your community have asked for strong, stringent regulations to acknowledge the reality of fires that are happening. We know that just from batteries alone, there's a fire every day in the United States from improperly disposed lithium batteries. Strong regulations help enact strong change in our communities to protect not only the air and the water quality, but the health of the communities that live in and near the locations where the landfills occur, as well as the overall climate for all humans on this planet. Thank you for the support of these strong regulations. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Next, we have LaDonna Williams. I have unmuted your microphone and you may begin.
Yes, good afternoon, board and those in attendance. I first want to say this 2 minutes for a public comment is really disrespectful of these very serious issues that families are coming here pleading, having to deal with cancer and the fallout from the lack of real leadership that CARB should be providing. Although I do support your updates and amendments, but your actions and your leadership roles is horrific. First of all, you need to increase the amount of time for the public to come and discuss these issues with you so that there is a sincere feeling that you are listening and addressing these issues, which currently you are not. Secondly, you need an overhaul of your civil rights department. Our Black communities in particular, others are probably going through it too, but I'm speaking on Black communities and our CBOs that have been working on this e-bike program diligently, trying to get it to people who would not have this opportunity otherwise. We have become a target of your former administrator. Thank God someone got rid of that administrator, but the e-bike program should have remained in place because there were those that did administer them successfully through the small pilot program. So you had boots on the ground willing to do it, yet you chose a racist, pedal ahead Ed Clancy with the support of CARB that went after our families personally and attacking the whistleblower, Mr. Rodriguez, that came forward that you settled a lawsuit with and paid him, yet you leave our communities in limbo. Shame on you, CARB. You got to do better. Board, you need to hold your leadership within CARB accountable and contact those of us that actually have the facts and the emails to show what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last in-person commenter, or apologies, Zoom commenter is Chrissy Thomas Brewer. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to comment on the driving clean assistance program. And I have wanted a grain car for years, and affordability was a barrier. And I also live in the Sierras. So when I saw that DCAP was offering the grant in my area, I was really excited and even more happy to have received that grant. The staff are super helpful because it was difficult to be able to see cars since I live so far away. So I'd been driving my gas guzzling family car for a long time, and I did find the right car for me, and that's really given me freedom to be able to go places because it's 30 miles round trip just to go to town. Anyway, so I wanted to say thank you, and that's it.
Thank you. I'll pass the microphone back to Chair Sanchez.
Wonderful. Thank you. Staff, were there any issues raised in the comments that you would like to address?
No, Chair. Thank you.
Wonderful. I will now move to close the record. I want to thank everyone who took the time to share your comments with us today, especially the community members. Thank you. We will move to a short break, a short lunch break, and then come back for board discussion and action. So if I can ask the board to return at 12:45, we will begin promptly then. Thank you all. See you soon. All right. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We will reconvene now. I have been advised by my legal counsel I have to read a few things that I forgot before our lunch break. I will do that now. I will now close the record on this agenda item. However, if it is determined that additional conforming modifications are appropriate, the record will be reopened and a 15-day notice of public availability will be issued. If the record is reopened for a 15-day comment period, the public may submit written comments on the proposed changes, which will be considered and responded to in the final statement of reasons for the regulation. Written or oral comments received after this hearing date, but before a 15-day notice is issued, will not be accepted as part of the official record on this agenda item. The executive officer may present the regulation to the board for further consideration if warranted, and if not, the executive officer shall take final action to adopt the regulation after addressing all appropriate conforming modifications. I got a thumbs up. I think that means the record is closed. Wonderful. Well, I will now shift us over into board discussion. I'm aware of a few board members with timing issues that we will navigate. So board member, Mayor Gloria, I will turn to you first. The floor is yours.
Chair, thank you very much. And I appreciate you accommodating my schedule. I'll just dive right in, but starting with appreciation to all the public commenters and particularly the residents over in Valley Verde. I appreciate you making the time to inform the board of the importance of this action today. Starting there, I would ask staff if they would comment or educate me, perhaps my colleagues as well. What was the Chiquita Canyon landfill following or in compliance with the existing landfill regulations, the ones that we're updating today?
Yeah, well, excuse me, Mayor, we'll address that. So the question was Chiquita Canyon in compliance with the current landfill methane regulation?
Correct.
Good afternoon. I'm Jessie Fierro. I'm an attorney here at CARB, supporting the landfill team here today and also some of the enforcement work on landfills. So Chiquita Canyon has been issued hundreds of violations by the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and most of the vast majority of those were for odor nuisance violations with a few permit violations, but no LMR violations have been identified yet under the current regulation. We also have periodic flyovers with our carbon mapper, and so far, that's all for now.
Got it. I appreciate that information. As the representative for the San Diego County Air Pollution Control District, is staff in receipt of our executive director's November 10th letter?
Yes, we have.
And would you care to respond to the comments in terms about local government input, as well as the feasibility of implementation of the proposed regulations?
Yes, Mayor. So we really appreciate the ongoing work with our partners and collaboration with our partners at the local air districts. We, in particular, have had a number of conversations with them recently, and regrettably wish we had had more conversations prior to the 45-day notice going out. Nevertheless, we have ongoing work with them and an opportunity to continue to address the concerns that they've identified in their letter. And in particular, I'll just note in the resolution, we did call out the direction to the executive officer and staff to continue that collaboration and work, including understanding the need for resources for implementing the regulation.
Thank you, sir. And I would move to the concerns of the city of San Diego. I checked in. We run a landfill and have two closed ones. And so understanding the practicality and how we could implement, there are significant concerns about the cost, as you know, I'm sure you've as obviously has been heard. And when looking at the staff presentation, the representation that a publicly owned or government-owned landfill, that this action would represent $57,000 per year in additional cost. I struggled to understand how that figure, where that figure came from. I know that there's the Appendix B, but the radically less amount of money compared to the private sector, coupled with the technology, the staffing, so on and so forth. I struggled to see how that number was realistic, and was hoping you could give me some more confidence in the $57,000 figure.
I'll ask staff to address that.
Yeah, sure. So Quinn Langfit here. Those are average costs that were assessed per landfill. So it includes all of the closed landfills and the active landfills. It's the average of that. So an active landfill, a larger landfill, would tend to have higher costs than that estimate. The closed landfills, especially a well-managed closed landfill where there are cost-saving measures in place, those landfills would tend to have lower costs. So that represents an average. And then speaking to the difference between the private sector and the government sector estimate, the reason for that is that the government landfills tend to be smaller, more of them tend to be closed. And so the actual cost per landfill is different because of those different characteristics of the landfills, not because there are different requirements put upon government-owned or private landfills.
I saw that comment on page 128 of the report, and I get that part of it, although I think in my case, that's not necessarily accurate. But when thinking about the technology procurement, the staffing that's necessary, the administrative overhead, I'm concerned that we're not being transparent, or at least the averaging may lead to criticism later if the actual numbers are so far from where we might have anticipated them to be, at least as of today. I think particularly when considering even the processes that are involved for procurement of this technology of things, it feels like it'd be more than that. And I understand the direction in the resolution for staff to continue to work with local air boards, as well as I'm sure local governments that are impacted on implementation. I'm sure that that's a sincere direction, and that staff will follow through with that. I just make that plea because I think we all recognize this needs doing. Obviously, the importance of methane control is obvious. I particularly am impressed and appreciate the ROI, in terms of having something that we can readily address and get marked improvements in our community. But kind of going back to the Chiquita Canyon example, if folks aren't actually implementing on the local level, obviously these will not be the kind of commitments that the people who are commenting today can rely upon. And so I hope while the regulations I think are understandable, the implementation is key. And I already heard from staff and saw in the report the commitment to continue to work with locals. I would just ask that be done, and perhaps for the board to be informed in the future of where we see the actuals for the cost of this endeavor ending up. And lastly, I'll just say, Chair, thank you for the time. I know there's a lot more of my colleagues need to speak. I would hope that CARB could work with other partners and certainly our partners in the Capitol to try and find the resources to properly allow folks like my local air control board, who I think are fantastic, to give them the resources to be able to do this effectively. And then wearing my other hat for someone who operates a large landfill, making sure that we can be successful in responding to what CARB is trying to do. I think we're all in agreement this is necessary. I think we just want to actually make it so. And the rules are a good start, but the funding to actually make it possible is probably the most important here. So thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to provide those comments and ask those questions.
Thank you, Mayor, for those remarks and questions and reflections. And I'll just point out this administration has worked closely with our legislative partners over the years to dedicate resources to addressing methane. So look forward to those ongoing conversations. Thank you. I will stay remote for now and ask Dr. Pacheco-Warner. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to start by thanking staff for this ongoing work and especially the community engagement process that you did speak to so many people and speak to them in person as you were developing this. I feel like is a really important and great practice that should be highlighted and modeled really across our state agencies. So thank you for that. And I also want to thank the commenters today that came in person and that spoke on Zoom. I think that on our end, in terms of what we can do as one piece of the puzzle, as you saw, it is very important to hear from you. And I know that you all, some of you have, I've seen your testimony in other spaces. So I really thank you for your voice and lending us your expertise in this matter. And to that, I know that it took so many people to get us to where the reg is now in terms of the engagement from both industry and community. And I do think that this reflects something that is very feasible at the moment to do that would actually employ some of our tools that we have now and technology that is available now. So I do think that this regulation stands to be a success in the implementation. Having said that, I do recognize, as our previous board member spoke to the air districts and their concerns around implementation. I really see this as a start of the conversation on this, and I hope that the air districts can continue to engage with us as we see what resourcing the implementation of this regulation looks like, that we stay engaged, not only as board members, but as CARB in general, so that we can ensure that as the air districts are getting the resources that they need to implement this fully, because any regulation without implementation is really, as someone in the comments alluded to, just paper. So we have no intention of letting it just be paper. And as a board member from the San Joaquin Valley, want to really continue to invite the engagement of the local community as well as the air district in ensuring that this implementation happens. To that, staff, I do have one question in terms of some of this. Do you have any plans as of right now to more formally or use existing spaces to engage with the air districts? I want to get a little bit of more of a concrete sense as to what the next steps are to ensure that, one, there is a plan for implementation and also the feedback loop around resourcing this correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pacheco-Warner. So yes, we have committed to a process with the air districts to continue that engagement. Our plan, assuming that the board approves today, would be by the end of the year, so before the end of this year, to have one more sort of formal engagement with air districts, and then continuing on as necessary before any formal comment period, 15-day comment period, that we would have had multiple engagements with air districts. Regarding the question around resources, we're looking for some more information, so we'll be gathering that information from the air districts to better understand what potential resource needs there are, and are very much open to working with them to strategize how to obtain those additional resources to make sure that this regulation can be implemented appropriately.
Thank you. And as a board member, just know that I am fully committed to helping in whatever I can in my capacity to make that happen. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Pacheco-Werner, and thank you, Dr. Cliff, for outlining those kind of next formal steps on engagement with our air district partners and colleagues. Dr. Shaheen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to echo some of the comments that Dr. Pacheco-Werner made in terms of her thanks for all of the hard work that has gone into the development of this resolution that we have before us. I was so struck by the March 2025 board meeting when we heard from Chiquita Canyon and Valverde residents, and it's haunted me. And hearing additional comments today, it just makes me think it's so important that we have regulation and that we include transparency and data. And so I was delighted to hear about digitization and dashboards that will be coming, because I think this is going to be very important. I also wanted to talk about just the importance of vigilance in a very complex environment. As I understand it from these briefings, is that these landfills are living dynamic environments. And so it's complicated and very challenging to stay on top of this, but at the same time, we must. It's too costly not for us to take action. The other major point that I wanted to revisit is the one of enforcement, and how all of these agencies really do need to work together. So I greatly appreciate the multi-agency collaboration, and we heard that at the beginning of the meeting. I think ultimately I come back to comments regarding how do we balance modernizing the LMR with public safety and costs, right? And so anything I can do to be helpful on this, I think this is an exceptionally important regulation, and I'm so glad that we're revisiting it. That said, I have a couple more technical questions that have arisen in my mind for the team at CARB from a letter submitted from the solid waste industry and local governments on November 10th. And one came up in a briefing meeting I had with Republic Services about the horizontal collectors and caissons for wells. And I wanted to inquire, because this is an important component of the regulation, the working phase gas collection, what evidence supports requiring only those horizontal collectors? I had the impression from Republic Services that vertical monitoring is also important.
Thank you, Dr. Shaheen. And I appreciate the recognition and the reminder of why this provision is so important. What we've learned from a lot of research about, what a common source of large emissions the working phase can be. And it is a challenging area. That's where, operators are adding and compacting new waste every day. And controlling those emissions is really critical to improving overall gas collection efficiency. So I do want to clarify that this piece of the proposal would only apply to the largest landfills, those that dispose of over 200,000 tons of waste per year. And the infrastructure, the types of components that they can use are not limited solely to horizontal collectors. That has been one of the most common innovations that some operators have adopted to address emissions at that area. We do allow another type of collector, and we are certainly open to recognizing the use of additional types of infrastructure to resolve that issue. So that's something we're happy to continue working with operators to make sure we're making available all of the options that would be effective.
Wonderful to hear that. And thank you for the clarification on this only applying to the largest landfill operators. That's very important, and willingness to consider other technologies. My final question is related to the gas collection and control system. This came up also when I was speaking with Republic Services, just some concerns about the 6-month timeline potentially being infeasible due to permitting delays. So I just wanted to hear your thoughts on how to align the requirements with real-world permitting timelines.
Thanks, Dr. Shaheen, Matt Potel, Division Chief of ISD. I think this is, one of those areas where we're certainly interested in looking at how we can make sure any modifications as part of a 15-day reflect real-world situations that may happen for these operators. We want to make sure that these provisions that we're putting in place are meeting the objectives of the regulation of the proposed amendments, which include early installation of gas collection system components on landfills that are emitting, and the working phase is a big source of emissions, but are also practical given kind of the situations that the operators face, both in terms of permitting and other, very realistic on the ground situations. So we're going to be talking to them about this as part of looking at additional changes.
Wonderful. So that would be part of the 15-day process, the changes. Wonderful. Thank you, Matt, and thank you, Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Dr. Shaheen. Really appreciate those questions. We will move into the room. I see Mayor Lark Dawson, your 10 card up.
All right, thank you. And thanks staff for a great report, and thank you to all the members of the public who showed up on both sides. So I am a member of the South Coast Air Quality Management District, so I wear both those hats. So I'm coming in from that aspect, and I have some questions and clarifications that I would like, and just to express some, I have a couple comments and one question. So let's go ahead and start with the question. And the reason this is such a big deal is because South Coast AQMD has 80 landfills, some closed, some still operating, and we get Chiquita, so we have that one. So yeah, I know people, it's not very funny. Okay. So one of the questions I had that was brought up to me by staff and when they briefed me was that, so the initial statement of reasons staff report, they allege that it's incorrect because it assumes air districts have delegated authority for provisions and federal regulations related to wellhead higher operating values. Is that correct? They feel that the local air districts do not have that authority.
Under the oh, go ahead, Ante, you can take it.
No, the US EPA has not given delegated authority to any air district in California to approve higher operating values for temperature.
So I think that was a concern because I think they felt that they would be tasked with implementing some of that and that they didn't have the authority to do so. So I think that was a concern, which I think will be worked out with staff as we move forward. Let's see, I shared the same concern that Dr. Shaheen had regarding the regulatory deadlines and how they would be difficult to meet just because of the incongruence with permitting timelines. So I think that was answered. I appreciate that. They feel that staff has told me that there's an inadequate cost analysis for the air district resource impacts and investments and implementation and enforcement. So they didn't feel that it's really realistic. I think I'm sharing Mayor Gloria's concerns there. So Not sure who wants to answer that or address that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So we have heard these concerns. That's in the letters, excuse me, from the air districts. And again, that'll be part of the work that we can do with them. You know, whenever we do any regulation, we do our best to estimate the cost, you know, given the provisions that we have in the regulation. And in this case, you know, what we're hearing is that there have been some additional costs that have been incurred as a result of implementing the current reg that perhaps we didn't have full information about. Again, you know, had we had a chance to coordinate a little more ahead of time, perhaps we would have had that. Nevertheless, it's an opportunity for us to then go back, understand exactly what those costs are, and then, you know, work with them on how to offset those costs. CARB does not have the resources to give to the air district. So this is a conversation that we'll have to have, and it'll be, you know, an ongoing one that will continue to work on that implementation.
All right. And two other comments I know that they expressed to me was they felt that the LMR has a very unclear regulatory structure that needs to be clarified and outlined a bit better, that there was some confusion there, and that some of the definitions and references come from the old LMR and are obsolete and not being used anymore and need to be taken out, and it needs to be trued up with the current state of things. So that's all in the letter that was submitted, which I know you know. And lastly, and I said this to Dr. Cliff already, that I think staff did a fantastic job reaching out to both industry as well as community groups. I think we could do a little better, I think, working with the air districts, because I think they felt a little surprised by some of this. So, and I know Dr. Cliff is aware of that and how we can do better next time. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for those comments. It's a good reminder. In the month I've been chair, I visited 2 of our air districts, but need to make it to the rest of them. So thank you for the reminder on how critical our engagement with our partners at the local level is. Board Member Rechtschaffen, is that your microphone up for the floor?
Thank you. I want to start by thanking the members of the Valverde community and others for coming up here, spending the day and sharing your heartfelt and indeed in some cases, many cases, heart-wrenching stories. It's very important to hear from you. Thank you for doing that. I also want to thank staff for their excellent work. I want to take a step back and just put this in the larger context of what we're doing here. The top line takeaway, this is a very, very important rule. This is national and international significance. You've heard methane is a super polluter. It has an outside impact on our climate. We have long been a leader in controlling methane, both nationally and internationally, and it's a reputation that's well deserved. Chair Sanchez talked about our efforts at the climate conference in Brazil, where California is leading the subnational methane action coalition. There are now almost 200 jurisdictions around the world. I'm sorry, there are almost 30 jurisdictions representing over 200 million people part of that effort. We were the first state to pioneer the use of satellite technology, which is now making its way into our regs. All very, very important. And what we're doing here is just one piece of the state's overall strategy to deal with methane. CARB has adopted rules directed at the oil and gas sector. At the California Public Utilities Commission, working with CARB, we adopted rules dealing with gas infrastructure. And just this week, the agencies released a joint report showing that methane reductions from the gas utility infrastructure are down over 40%, well ahead of our 2030 schedule. We're dealing with we're also going to deal with methane in the agricultural sector. So we are doing a lot, and it's more necessary than ever, given the federal retrenchment on these issues. The federal government's backed away from any pretense of strengthening existing landfill rules, and in fact, they are cutting back existing methane rules. They've rescinded a methane fee. They propose to overturn limits on oil and gas facilities, to delay leak detection and repair requirements. And that's just what they've done so far. And we've heard loud and clear from members of the California congressional delegation how important it is that we take action given this retreat. So the context is very, very important. And as you've heard throughout the discussion, landfills are the second biggest source of methane in the state, also a very important source of odor, volatile organic compounds, air toxic contaminants. So this rule will have great climate benefits as well as very important health benefits for communities near landfills. I want to just talk about 2 or 3 things that I think are very significant. I think it's really exciting that we're requiring use of satellite technology, drones, other remote technologies to monitor for leaks and inspect areas of the landfills unsafe to inspect or through walking. And it's very significant that the rule requires operators to take action and remediate the leaks when notified by CARB of plumes that are remotely detected. Also, very importantly, and this was talked about already, we're committing to make reported information publicly available on a website and to update that as new information becomes available. I strongly support this transparency. And my understanding from my meetings with staff is what we're trying to accomplish is really threefold here. One is just getting data in a better form to process and analyze, just getting the data more standardized. 2, making it publicly available, but perhaps, and 3, most importantly, perhaps, is making it accessible and digestible to the public, releasing the data in a format that people can use that supports independent analysis. I think this type of public information, this dashboard, is really important for regulators in the community alike. Ideally, I think it would be great if down the road we could have data reported from all the state boards and departments in one integrated dashboard. It's too bad Deputy Secretary Eisen left. I was going to tell her that's a great task for Cal EPA, but she scooted out after lunch. I hear the concerns by Mayor Locke Dawson, Mayor Gloria, and others about implementation costs. I want to say 2 things here. One, as the commenter from Full Circle Future pointed out, costs of regulation when rules are adopted are often overstated by industry. There's a long history of that. And in practice, industry can be more innovative and efficient than they claim at the start. So I think we have to keep that in mind as we're analyzing those claims. At the same time, I'm very glad to hear that we're going to continue to work with industry stakeholders and, importantly, the air districts to find ways to make implementation more flexible where possible and to streamline requirements. So especially we don't put undue burdens and require undue resource expenditures on our air district. And then finally, I'm very pleased that the resolution commits us to examine and for the executive director to bring back to the board alternative procedures for surface emission monitoring for the entire surface of the landfill. As we develop newer, more comprehensive and more efficient means of compliance, it's important that the board allow for the use of these alternative approaches. We want to future-proof this regulation. And I do have one question for you, Dr. Cliff. We heard suggestions from some of the commentators about whether or not it's possible to have a report back at some point, maybe 18 months or 24 months, about where staff is in evaluating these procedures. Is it possible for staff to come back to us in 18 months and give us just an update on where you are in evaluating those alternative procedures?
Thank you, board member. So I take that suggestion to be 18 months from when the regulation would be implemented. So we're looking at something in the 2028 timeframe, and absolutely we could do that.
Thank you. That'd be great. That's all. I'm strongly supportive, Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Rex Schaffen. Appreciated those comments and all of your work on this issue, which predates your time on this board. So thank you. Over to you, Dr. Bombs.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. So first off, Want to thank all the presenters, especially the community members that took the time to come up here. And as as Mr. Reshefson said,
I'll get
I
promoted.
promoted you. It was really heartfelt, and it was good for us to hear. I also appreciate folks from industry and from and representing the smaller public landfills. And I really think that stakeholders on all sides of this issue have been able to engage with staff. Maybe the engagement hasn't been as great with the air districts as we'd like, but otherwise, I want to commend staff for their outreach and communication. And I think also I want to thank staff for a balancing act here. I think that we've heard a lot of heartfelt community concerns from environmental groups, and from industry and public agency landfills. And I think, I hear rational comments from both sides. And I think staff has done a pretty good job of threading the needle between these. I have some comments somewhat along the lines of what Mr. Reshefson said later. But I want to go back to Dr. Mulligan's testimony early in the morning, a physician who talked about the health complaints that fence line community members have related to landfills. And as an occupational environmental health physician for a long time, I have helped at least 3 different communities over the course of my career with serious health complaints related to commercial landfills. This is a real issue. It's not just Chiquita Canyon. That's the biggest one in front of us now, but it's gone back decades. And so that's why I support overall the amendments to the LMR proposed by staff. But I mentioned I was an occupational health physician as well as an environmental health physician. And so one question I have for staff is about worker safety at the working face. I've heard that this is an issue when people are walking around trying to monitor on the working face. So I'd like staff to address that.
Maybe I'll start and staff should add anything. First and foremost, we aren't going to do anything in our regulation that would impede safety. That is going to be a primary concern. We put out our proposal, and I think that industry has some suggestions for how to get at what we're concerned about, which is the emissions from the working face, which is where most of the emissions come from, and while addressing safety. So we're going to look forward to working with industry to get whatever information and data they can provide to us to help support amendments that we would then notice for 15-day comments.
Thank you, Dr. Cliff. So I voted for the original LMR in 2010. And I just want to say it's been too long for fence line communities to wait 15 years for strengthening of the regulation. Like I said, I think staff has done a good job, but I would have liked this to have happened earlier. But I have several additional comments relating to strengthening the LMR. I would like to see, and I think staff wants this, but I'd like to see a real commitment towards a pathway toward mandatory remote sensing. I think that's the way to go, including dealing with the worker safety issue I brought up. I like that the proposed resolution has a technology review at 24 months, but that's after feasibility has been determined by staff. So I really support what Mr. Reshefson said about a report back about what we've learned in the 2028 timeframe. I guess that's 18 months after adoption of the resolution, of the amendments. And in that technology review, I'd like to also include fence line monitoring. I know fence line monitoring is costly relative to remote monitoring of these facilities, but you know, as Matt Holmes testified to, and I know this from Richmond, where the Chevron refinery has fence line monitoring, you know, I think it's feasible. Whether it's cost effective is cost effective is the wrong thing. Whether it's whether the cost benefit ratio is appropriate, it's something we should consider. But I think that would really address the fence line community's concern if they were having regular monitoring at the fence line, like what's done outside of the Chevron refinery. I also want to echo what Mr. Refshefin said about the public availability of monitoring data. You know, that goes hand in hand with what I've expressed concern about in terms of a future where there might be fence line monitoring. I think, yeah, people are having to wait too long to find out what they're being exposed to. You know, I realize that creating a dashboard isn't necessarily an easy thing for staff to do, but I do think we should be working. There should be a plan to get to publicly available data that's easily accessed by, you know, people who don't need a PhD to understand it. The last thing I'd like to mention is the temperature framework for additional monitoring. I totally fine with the 131 initial threshold. That doesn't mean that changes have to be made. It just means additional monitoring has to be made. I think 145 is where there has to be kind of immediate action. But it's right now there's a 60-day time period, and I know I was lobbied by industry folks for a longer period, 90 days. But to me, that seems not very consistent with trying to protect the fence line communities in terms of their concerns. So I would rather see 30 days. And so I guess I just would end by, I would end by saying that I'm proud of staff. I think they've done a good job. Like I said, threading the needle, and we'll see what my fellow board members think. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bombs, for those comments. Supervisor Hopkins.
I too want to commend staff for the excellent work and also the engagement with the stakeholders, although with the slight asterisk that early engagement with the air districts, I think, will be critical in the future. And I just want to express my gratitude for the fact that you have brought forward a proposal that is cost effective and also critical to public health and greenhouse gas mitigation. I think it's a really good place that we find ourselves in right now. I also wanted to thank the public for their willingness to come here and dedicate their time and volunteering their time to speak truth to power, and for sharing their stories, and also for a very inspired and impressive song, turning tragedy into music with a bit of humor. And you've got an amazing voice, by the way. That was phenomenal. I have a couple of just quick questions, you know, kind of some from the community side and then some from the operator side. And it actually kind of follows up on Dr. Baum's comments about dashboards. I think that one of the challenges, right, is we sort of have, you know, data that is available to subject matter experts, and then the kind of data that is more easily accessible and understanding to members of the public. And just thinking about how, right, when it was wildfire season in California, my kids knew to go to Purple Air, right, to just check the, you know, what is roughly the air quality outside? Can I go outside or not? And so, you know, they wouldn't be able to understand kind of the sort of data that you all would, but they can at least do that and find out, hey, can I go outside or can't I? And so just kind of a curiosity, like when CARB detects a methane plume, will the public be able to see both the detection and then also the resolution to that, and kind of what strategies were implemented, how that was addressed, and what's the likely time frame for that being kind of publicly accessible in a way that's easy for folks to understand?
Thank you for that question, Board Member Hopkins, Supervisor. The plume data is made available to the public within 3 days of detection by the remote sensing technology. And after it's made public, we automatically notify the operator as well, and we notify the local agency and the appropriate division at CARB if we also regulate that source at CARB. So that would be the staff sitting behind us and the local air district where that landfill is located. Once the operators take action on it, the time it took them to take action and any minor details about what the cause was are reflected in that dashboard, so the public can go back all the way to the beginning of when we started getting that data and isolate time periods to understand what's happening in terms of detection, resolution, including times between detection and resolution.
Great. And so then essentially by tracking those over time, we'll actually get more information about how this rule is being implemented. And if, for instance, we need to shorten timeframes in the future or have those conversations, we'll start to see trends in the data. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. The remote sensing data is in addition to this regulation. So this regulation actually covers more aspects of the landfill than just the plumes that may be detected by the satellite. And so the first part is that plume detection, which will be readily available on that dashboard. The goal is to make sure that we have a uniform way for landfills to report this data under the new updated regulation once all the 15-day changes and the approvals are done, and then make sure that that is digested into a central kind of database so that then the public can go to one place to look at all landfills in the state and have an understanding of over time what's been going on at a landfill for the specific metrics that are being monitored. It's not a full IT project. It won't be the shiny thing like Google Maps, but we want to make sure we try and get something up sooner than later that is better than just the flat PDFs that sometimes aren't even made available at this time.
Great. Thank you so much. And then I also appreciate my colleague bringing up fence line monitoring. Do we have any opportunities for pilot projects or potential funding sources for, just trying this out and seeing how it works? Any ideas?
So we have had some research projects, and we do have the data coming from the fence line monitoring at the Chiquita Canyon landfill. At this time, the fence line monitoring shows if a landfill is operating as intended and it's working and in compliance, you don't really pick up anything at the fence line monitoring. But the fence line monitoring that's happening at Chiquita Canyon is part of their mitigation plan. And so that is very specific to when something has gone wrong and to understand if there are other issues that are causing of concern to community members nearby. So we are going to continue to look at the data sets and understand what can we pick up with fence line monitoring? Because in existing data that we have right now, if the landfill and the gas collection system is working as required, you don't really pick up anything with fence line monitoring. So if we have the remote sensing data and you see a plume, that can tell you that something's happening. Under an amended regulation, we can have a better understanding of temperature increases. If those go unchecked and those are not resolved, then you can use fence line monitoring to have a better indication of what is making it its way out of that geographic region and maybe impacting the community. So we're going to continue to look at this, but right now the limited data we have shows that when you have an issue, you have the potential for fence line monitoring to actually be impactful and helpful to the nearby community. If there is no issue that's happening at the landfill and it's in compliance, you don't really pick up a lot with fence line monitoring, but we're committed to looking at this and continuing to do research projects around this.
Great. Thank you so much. Last question is just there were questions and concerns brought up about the downtime and sort of circumstances that might be beyond an operator's control. So I just wanted to check in about, how staff is going to approach that if something were to happen, say a prolonged power outage or, kind of a force majeure type of a situation.
Yes, thank you. I think, again, that's going to be part of the work that we want to back and forth that we want to have with operators as we develop the amendments. So to the extent that they have actual information and data to help us understand where those impacts might occur, then we can address that in regulatory amendments. With regard to the sort of emergency events that have been identified, such as earthquakes or when there's fires or when there's no power to the landfill, of course we're open to looking at those issues as well.
Great. Thank you so much. And again, just thanks for all of the wonderful work. I also want to acknowledge that a member of the public did briefly bring up enteric methane, which I know is not the subject of today's hearing, but something that I'm very passionate about. So would love to follow up, with any members of the public and CARB staff to talk a little bit about that. I have a lot of conversations with dairies and ranchers up in Sonoma County who are interested in strategies to address that.
Thank you, Supervisor, and great teaser for work ahead. And really appreciate the comments around downtime and flexibilities needed there. I know that's near and dear to a number of residents and your constituents. So thank you very much. Over to the councilman.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity here. And first, let me thank all of the community members from Valverde community that came here. Y también muchas gracias para la comunidad de Avenal que llegaron aquí. I think today very much we need to move this forward and address the impacts of methane. I think Board Member Ruckshoff articulated it very well about not only the local challenge but the global challenge that we do have, and the need to prevent the horrific experiences by the communities near landfills. My own family, my own sister and mother live near our closest landfills and the area where the closest landfill. So I too am very aware of that. And as one of the commenters mentioned here, que en verdad vayan. No nomás digan, pero que vayan. In fact, go and make sure that you're doing it. To that point, pongan algo que no va a ser en el archivo y se olviden, and don't do something that's going to be archived and forgotten about. And finally, thank you to and gracias a Doña María Torres por tu lucha para la siguiente generación, la generación de mis hijos. So want to give her a specific thanks. And to that point, on making sure that we don't archive this and forget about it, I'll start off with the fact that it's taken 15 years for this review to come back. And, this is my third year here on the board. So I'd like to make sure that not only the review of this regulation as this comes back sooner. I know that there were comments by Californians Against Waste to look at 18 months, and I know that seems like a challenge for staff, but I do think that it's important that time is of the essence here in our work on the regulatory side, and then also on the re-review, in how this regulation is implemented. Maybe 3 years is necessary to look at that first year operation and say, is it meeting all our standards? Because I think checking often is more important than not here. But I also want to talk about how this rule gets enforced, because as I mentioned earlier, one of the commenters said, make sure you go there. Well, it isn't going to be the CARB enforcement staff that goes out there. Unless a district does not have an MOU or they pull out of an MOU. And I think that is the clear piece. If we want this regulation to be enforced and to be successful, then we must be successful in working with the air districts to achieve it. In fact, I was looking through the MOU signed by Mary Nichols at the time with the Sacramento Air District, and in one of the sections, any one of the parties can exit the MOU, and so it would be the issues that were brought up by Mayor Gloria, I think, are important. Because if an air district looks at the cost of this regulation and they say, look, we can't realistically, take on this regulation while they're also enforcing other emissions, whether it's the ports or other toxic areas that our air districts are currently doing. It's not like they're not doing anything else. Then they will relieve that MOU and leave it up to the state. And if the state is the one that's ends up being the enforcement entity, I think it'll be a failure of a regulation, in my opinion, because we're stronger at the local level when we have our local experts and their own attorneys as well, going after landfills and operators and making sure that they make that happen. And so to that point, I think, there are challenges, and I'll speak, just for the city of Sacramento that's a 175-year-old city and already has closed landfills. And so there is no new revenue for those closed landfills, but we must manage that methane. So I'll first off by saying and reiterating the point that we have not looked at resolution 2023, I think it was 13, on biomethane. And so for that aspect, while it's not part of this regulation, I'm going to highlight that again, that we look at the markets for biomethane, because if not, there is no cost recovery or a way for a jurisdiction, a local jurisdiction, to be able to cover the cost of addressing any of that mitigation. I do agree that the cost analysis was inadequate, and so the work with the air districts is essential. If we're going to make this regulation count and work, it's got to work with the air districts. And so to that point, I'd like to suggest some clear direction, Madam Chair, and that is that the executive officer work with the board members of this board that represent the air districts to convene with the AQMDs. I think it's not enough just to say we'll have a formal meeting. I do think that it's important that the board members here be engaged in that discussion to discuss how we balance the costs, make sure that we're making the most move on the risks of landfills, and also the communication to the public, because our air districts have the relationships with the local community members through multiple of our programs that we're using, and we want to make sure that the information that we're releasing in that 3-day time frame is also in coordination with the local air district information, and there isn't a confusion of messages, because as soon as you have the confusion of messages, then that's where you create mistrust. You create insecurities, and so the information must be coordinated with the air districts and with essential context. So I think that is the biggest piece, that if we're going to be successful, we're only going to be successful if we're working together, because we are stronger together with community, with the air districts, and the expertise of our staff. A couple other things that were brought up here. Since some municipalities do manage landfills, I think the question on horizontal collectors is one that does need to be explored, even if it's only for large landfills, because you do have, any matter of a day, you could have a large amount of solid waste that comes in, and I think the goal here is to be as effective as possible. So we have some I know in this region, old landfills that were designed differently than all the standards that we have with now modern day landfills. And so we want to make sure that we're using the best tools to get as much of that methane and extract it as much as possible. So I think looking at in this next step process, I'm going to ask the executive officer that I'm going to ask that the executive officer work with both, the private board, more importantly, also our municipal landfills, on the effective cost of managing and the extraction of that methane. And then finally, if on the question of fence line monitoring, if there's going to be a cost, let's make it count. Let's make sure that it makes a difference, because I will just discuss from personal experience, watching and seeing the direct correlation on the impacts of tipping fees, and this is the important piece. The trickle down effect that happens. Number one, we have to address public health and safety. And so as a person who represents a community that's surrounded by landfills, the methane, the odors, all of those issues are important. Then it's the second piece of what happens if we impose something on the business. That's fine. The businesses, they were supportive here, but what they'll do is they'll increase the tipping fees. And what we've seen, particularly in South Sacramento here and in other areas of the unincorporated county, is when tipping fees increase, you also see an increase of illegal dumping. And they generally happen in some of our lowest income communities. And then you have all of the issues that come with that aspect as well. So I want to make sure that we're working again here collectively to figure out, let's ensure the right technology, the right way, the method to do it, and the time on how we do it. Because if we work hastily, and it causes the districts to either pull out of an MOU, that would be tragic, because then we're relying on the state. Or if they stay in and they increase the fees, and the fees get so dramatic that it does result in the externality of illegal dumping that we've seen, then that's a problem. I think that's a big issue. And for municipal facilities, that means for everyone, higher rates. And it's not just the one rate that we talk about. Last time we talked about, electricity rates. We talked about water rates, sewer rates. Once you start adding all of these up, we know that issue is, and I don't want to negate it. I don't want to negate that issue because it is a factor. Now, we can prevent the tragedy that's happened here, and even other issues that we've had in our regions here, by making sure that we do a lot of this early monitoring and we use technology to get ahead of the problem. I think I want to thank the staff for the work that they've done to try to move this with some urgency when the families came here to talk to us. And with that, Chair, I think those are some of those things that we can do a lot more if we're working together with our local partners who have the enforcement tools.
Well said, Councilman. Thank you so much for those comments. As they say, localism is determinative. We can have the agency, the vision here at the state, but the rubber really hits the road, as they say, at the local level. Just want to pick up on a few of your comments and maybe ask staff to weigh in as well. First off, oh no, I'm not closing. I was just responding. I see you and I see Supervisor down there as well. But I loved, Councilman, how you opened with, we can't wait 15 years to update a regulation like this. I think I'm hearing that reflected in so many of the comments in the board. And I take your point and re-raising biomethane as an issue. I know you've raised that in the past, so that is on the radar. Staff, I know that the resolution directs the executive officer to work with air districts around the implementation of this regulation. I heard the councilman ask for a more formal role for those board members who actually represent our air districts. Could you speak to a little bit of some options there for the board members that want to be particularly engaged?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I think what I would suggest here is for the representatives of the board who are interested in that engagement to just reach out to me, and we can figure out an appropriate process that would allow us to continue to have that engagement, and that obviously we can appropriately have our conversations with the air districts and with the board as we wrap up the regulation.
Great, thank you. Let's stay local. Supervisor Ortiz-Legg, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. Good afternoon, everyone. Dawn Ortiz-Legg, representing small air districts. First, I want to thank all the various community members that came out. You took a lot of time to get here. I know what it's like coming from the Central Coast and central parts. It's not easy. So I really appreciate the resources you use to come here and share your stories. Very powerful. Your songs, very beautiful and powerful. And most importantly, your pleas for assistance. We can hear that loudly and clearly. And what I think is interesting is that, the Air Resources Board was actually initially established to monitor garbage. And back in the day, people burned their garbage in their backyard. And so much of what comes from the history of CARB came from those kinds of practices. And now we learn and know so much more about what's healthy and what isn't healthy. So I think that we've heard from everybody and the importance to getting this right. It's imperative. And again, the time frame is critical in regards to getting some things done. And I heard clearly that the operators understand this completely, and the community has made it clear that the investment for these regulations is a great value over the cost of something like a Chiquita Canyon. I also want to acknowledge seven generation philosophy, talking about our kids and our kids' kids and our kids' kids' kids of all, and the way that, and I feel that all policies should be created based on that philosophy. So creating effective policies requires really deep stakeholder engagement. And I want to thank the staff for working with the operators. I know you've really been trying to work with them. This is complex. The landfill operators, the owners, and the public agencies. So we all understand the importance of this. But I do think that, since 2/3 of the landfills are owned by public agencies, like my own county, we have to underscore the need for this close communication that was just referenced a minute ago to ensure the implementation is successful. And I think Councilman Guerra stated the concerns of illegal dumping, what happens with tipping fees go up, all of these pieces. And I also want to thank Supervisor Hopkins for asking what the requirements are for notification and monitoring zones. And we talked a lot about, you know, within 3 days, you can go to this website and you can find things and all of that. And I think, you know, all those tools are great, but these people are working, they're working hard all the time. And to be able to just go check websites and know where to go and things, I'm going to suggest something, again, for areas that have population within a close radius, being able to determine that something that we do in land use at counties, or what we ask projects to do, is that you have a list of notification. So the minute that something is showing up, if you sign up with your text phone, you can get a text saying that we've got a reading, something like that. That would be a cheaper way to help people kind of know, like, okay, so something's going on, without having to have more monitoring, more this, more that just a simple text message that says, we're on top of it. We're seeing, this is where you can find direct you to the information, something of that nature. Now, that's not across that's for places where you have neighbors living as close proximity. In my county, people live far away from the landfill. So it's a little bit different. So again, this goes back to the one size doesn't fit all, doesn't serve all in some of our rules, that we have to think about the fact that we're a state that's so large and has so many different types of locations and populations. So some of the other coordination would be the data streamlining and the reporting requirements to ensure accuracy and utilization among staff of the users. You know, they've got a lot of people trying to monitor things, but we've got to have clear messaging. And I think that goes back to the time frame in regards to making sure we get this right. I just want to see here. The other piece is that, you know, the resources, again, for the small air districts, smaller areas, our district, we just raised rates and we're still below the cost recovery because we've had so many large industries shut down. They were paying a lot of the costs for our staff at the Air Resources Board. And so now that we've had those facilities shut down, the things that they are monitoring aren't large. They're coffee roasters. They're maybe automotive paint places, things like that. So you have lots of little places to monitor, but we don't have the big facilities that would maybe spend, you know, $1 million for the regulatory prices, or $500,000, something like that. So that now is back on the back of the ratepayers to be paying for that. So we're still trying to deal with that. So, you know, when we're trying to recover costs, adding these regulations will possibly require 3 to 4 times record keeping and adding staff. And I think it was underestimated in the impact report that was, you know, suggested by the mayor and council member and other supervisor. In our air district, for one staff member, that's 140,000. That exceeds the annual cost that was projected in the economic report. So we need to take a look at that, because, you know, we're talking a couple of more staff members, so that would not be able to be done easily. And then you have people leaving the district, leaving the MOU. I think the timeline monitoring and all, I think that should be dependent on size and overall compliance history. I think that there's just things that we could do a little bit more in coordination with our stakeholders, ensuring workforce protections on the monitoring systems, and flexibility. Flexibility is key. Downtime to address the external factors, as was saying, like a public service shutdown. Flexibility on the technology tools to be monitored, not calling out one type of technology, but as technology is coming forth, these guys and gals that are in this industry are looking and watching and seeing what's working for their landfill, depending on their geographical place. Some places are cold, some places are hot. All of those things have an interface, importance to the kinds of decisions that they're making on how to best keep their operations safe and operating at in optimum conditions. I want to just 2 more things. I'm going to just make a quick shout out on the biomethane utilization. You know, that's such a critical piece. in our waste management system in San Luis Obispo County, we send the biomethane to our Arroyo Grande oil field. It's a closed loop system. It's pumping and all that is going in and it's not going out into the atmosphere. They never get readings from our APCD. So these are closed systems that can really help drive machinery. And then the other part is used on an on-site engine that sends electricity to the grid. So all that extra methane can actually go do work and do things. The other thing is, the last thing I have is the closed landfills. We have closed landfills. Is there a way to assess the landfills that have been closed for many years? We see a potential situation where the rule may hinder closure, make it longer, as the methane is dropping, and thus, so an update to section 95467 adds an unnecessary step of semi-continuous operations, which creates complexity and increased costs. And again, that costs are back on the general fund of the taxpayer, with very little benefit to methane reduction. So we really like a little review on that. We'd prefer to allow the shutdown to continue and use surface emissions monitoring to verify if we're emitting a significant amount of methane into the atmosphere. So under the proposed regulation, we're afraid that we be operating operating the plant for a long time, even as the declining trend of the methane generation are creeping downward. So those are some of the points that I have to share, and I thank you for the time. And again, thank you folks for coming out.
Thank you so much, Supervisor, for those comments. I know a lot of them touched on issues that
Yes.
staff are proposing to address in the 15-day changes. So thank you
you.
for sharing those reflections with them. Over to you, Board Member Takforian.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. The benefit of going later in the discussion is there's so much to agree with that my brilliant fellow board members have made these comments. So, but I do want to add my gratitude to staff who I know have worked incredibly hard on this regulation. And you noted that you've worked on outreach since 2022, but I think you've worked on it a lot longer than that. So just the secret's out that this isn't just a 3-year process. I think that you've been working on it for a really long time, and I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for that. A lot of work went into this update. And sadly, communities who are impacted by landfill pollution, like many of you who are represented here today, and those of you who have had to leave today, and those that are on Zoom, you all have been volunteered to work on these issues through these horrendous catastrophes that have happened in your communities. And I want to just express my huge appreciation to all of you for being here and for being here in March. I think I agree with Dr. Shaheen. It was a very, very moving meeting. I think none of us will forget it. And I don't think any of us should forget it as we think about what we're doing today and remember the suffering that your communities have been through. And we really need to prevent that from happening in any other community. So I think we have this huge opportunity today to move the needle very significantly, and we clearly need to move quickly to prevent future catastrophes, especially as the federal government pulls back. We need to take that space, as I think the governor has said so clearly in Brazil, and as our chair has shared with us, California has to fill this space. I want to also acknowledge, and I think Dr. Baum said this, is that we're not losing sight of the fact that in addition to this being a methane emissions rule, it is a public health rule. This rule will really save lives. It'll save people's respiratory systems. It's going to help children to actually play outside and not have to be inside all the time. I've heard many of you say that you're prisoners in your homes. We have to stop that from happening. We have to really cut this off and make sure that people can enjoy their quality of life. So I support the rule. And I think there's a few things that some of my colleagues have mentioned that could be better. So I want to drill down on those a little bit. I heard Supervisor Hopkins talk about the reporting and the presence of a dashboard and publicly available information. And Deputy Director Sahota responded that the plume data would be available within 3 days, which I really appreciate. And I just wanted to drill down on whether you're saying that data is available now, or are you saying it will be available as a result of the adoption of these amendments?
Thank you for that question. There is a clarification here. So the plume data is available within 3 days because we have to process the data, and then we notify the operator and the local district and the appropriate regulatory team at ARB. And that process moves forward. All of that data and any resolution is public within weeks of that, so that it's on the dashboard and the public can see what was seen on the satellite data and how that was resolved or how long it took to resolve that. So that is just that methane plume data. When it comes to, and that's independent of this regulation, that is based on the methane satellite data project that was funded with our own damn satellite money, which is what we lovingly call it now. Independent of that, this regulation would have some uniform reporting. It would have more data points reported and more frequent testing for those data and reporting of that data that we would then have digested and available on a public website, a public dashboard, so that people don't have to PRA, publicly record request data and flat reports from the districts, and it would be in one place. And that is another place where we are committed to working with the air districts to make sure that the data is coming in a uniform way, that we are making sure it's timely and that it can be accessible. And because it's a CARB regulation, we would work to make sure all of it is available on our website to the public.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying. And so the plume data is available on the satellite monitoring site now. And what you described is the website and the dashboard that will become available as a result of this regulation. So that's one of the things that we're approving. What is the time frame for that? I'd like to get some specifics about when that dashboard will be available, because it's not specified in the resolution, and I'd really like it to be. So when do you anticipate that would be up?
So these amendments, if approved, would go into effect January 1, 2027. So we wouldn't even be collecting new data under this regulation until 2027. And it would be after that that we would have data to actually make available. What we can do in the meantime is figure out how to take some of the flat PDF reports that we have and see if we can get those stripped of the data and have that somehow made available, similar to what our research division did with some of the water board data related to dairies.
Okay, so can we add to the resolution then that I think it's the first, be it further resolved, well, no, it's not. It's on page 8, and it's be it further resolved that the board directs executive officer to make reported information publicly available on a website with updates as new information is submitted by early 2027.
The 2027 is when the new reporting requirements would be required by the operators.
Right.
And then that data has to be collected and reported to CARB before it becomes available.
But I appreciated that you mentioned that the data that we do have could start to go up on the website, and then you'd add the data as it came forward. So that's what I was trying to.
Okay. So there's two pieces there. Yes. Thank you for that clarification.
Can I just suggest maybe we understand that the idea is to get this done as quickly as possible. So, perhaps adding as expeditiously as possible. I don't know the exact timing, because we want to be able to get information that we have available now up on a website. And then when we have new reporting, new information, we'll be adding to that, and that may evolve over time. But we also don't have a particular set of resources to commit to a project that would allow us to get that information up right now. So I think it's going to evolve over time. It's going to probably start with moving PDFs to spreadsheets, adding things like the ability to use advanced types of software to express that information in graphical form. These are things like Tableau. And then over time, maybe adding a more user-friendly database that the public can more easily download. But I think this is going to have to evolve over time. So I don't know that there's a bright line date that we would be able to commit to right now, understanding that, you know, this is going to have to be something that we continue to work on.
I think that we need to be accountable, and we've got folks that really need this information, and we've seen how important it is for community members to have this information. Look how they've acted on it, which has enabled us to really create more actions. And I think expeditiously is a good word, but it's not a very accountable word. So can we set a goal of starting this dashboard? I understand that it's not going to be all put together all at once, that we start it with in the way that Rajinder kind of described it, with the data that we have available now in early 2027, and then we build on it after that to incorporate all of the data that you will be getting. Because it does seem like you've got that information, and it won't be as robust as I know. I think we're letting the perfect get in the way of what could be useful information. Because we do such good work here, I think it's important that we start with what we have so the public has access to that. So if that would be maybe a compromise, to say to set a goal of having this information, the existing information, available in early 2027, and then we'll continue to build on it. Would that work? Is that
Yeah, I think that's fine. We, you know, perhaps starting in 2027 would be the best way to express that. We're going to have to go back and, you know, like I say, transitioning from the way the data are reported today to something that is more accessible is going to take quite a bit of staff effort.
Right. And I know that you're going to want to do GIS maps and be able to find where you live and be able to connect with that. But I think really people are asking for basic information. So if we can get that up, that would be awesome. Secondly, I would like to look at how we can report back. There's a couple paragraphs under the one we've just been working on that asks the executive officer to evaluate the state of science and to come back within 18 months of determining that these technologies can be scaled and cost effective. I think there have been requests for us to really look at having the remote sensing mandatory for all areas of the landfill. And I know you need to do the technology assessment that would enable that to happen. So is it possible? I heard you say, I think in response to Mr. Rechtschaffen, that could happen in 18 months. Is that correct?
I think there were two pieces here. So you're talking about page 8, be it further resolved, and then it says, right, within 24 months. Then there was a separate request of coming back to the board on implementation of the regulation, including the monitoring technologies within 18 months. What I suggested instead was by mid-28, so that we're just we have a hard date, knowing this regulation should go into effect starting in January 1, 2027, that we would come back in mid-28 with, report to the board on the implementation.
And potential, did I also hear you say potential amendments based on the technology review that
we would not have amendments at that time. That's simply too fast. We would only have 18 months of implementation. It takes more time than that to draft new amendments. So we couldn't come back in that time frame with new amendments.
So how
but we could have an update and then use that information to inform amendments, based on board direction at that time.
It just seemed like from my staff briefing and from other reading that I've done, that the technology is moving pretty quickly, so that we may be able to have that technology available to us to utilize throughout the landfill sooner than that. Is that Do you feel like that's a possibility? And is there a faster way to get on that pathway? Because I've heard that from several board members as well.
I think to the extent that there's technology and information that would help support regulatory amendments, then, we would be interested in doing that more quickly. Given that this regulation would only be implemented for about 18 months at that point, we would have to be essentially developing regulatory amendments before we even started the implementation of the new regulation.
Right. But this is really about technology and not so much about the regulation. I'm keep hearing from folks that we really think this is going to help us to identify these plumes and to be able to take enforcement action. To take mitigation action quicker, and then to take enforcement action more quickly. So is there a way that we could amend this so that we're asking you as the executive officer to authorize that kind of an amendment to come forward more quickly?
So it would still require regulatory amendments. The board could delegate those amendments to the executive officer, but it would still have to follow the APA process.
Right.
So yes, that would be something the board could delegate that authority to for new amendments to the executive officer. We would still have to follow the normal APA process, however.
Well, I'd be open to other suggestions, but I think that to the degree that we're learning a lot about technology, and if there's a way that we can then encourage, perhaps we can add it to this one, that we can encourage the executive officer to authorize the use of these technologies more rapidly than the current regulation specifies, that we could add that to this this paragraph. Executive officer.
Not exactly sure how to add that to the paragraph, sorry.
I know, me either. Well, this says within 24 months of determining that these technologies can be scaled and cost effective. So that if you haven't figured that out for another year or 2 years, then we're talking 4 years before this technology becomes required on a landfill. I'm trying to shorten that. So could we get a report back in 18 months on the technologies
Yes.
alone? And then at that point, we can launch onto whether or not amendments are necessary.
Yes.
Does that work?
Yeah, that works.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for hanging in there with me.
Can I just,
Yes.
there's nothing that precludes you under the resolution language from coming back to us earlier, right? Dr. Cliff, it just says, it's just a requirement within 24 months of determining it, you shall, but if you decide to move more quickly because your intermediate review shows more promising technologies are available, you make that determination, they can be scaled and cost effectively deployed, you could propose something sooner.
That's right.
Thank you.
Great. Board Member Takvorian, any other issues you wanted to flag before I give the mic to? No. Great. Wonderful. I think the underlying point to those comments, just how quickly the technology is evolving and accelerating in this space is great to capture in the resolution. So thank you, staff. Board Member De La Torre, over to you.
Thank you. And I apologize. I had to step out to do something for my day job. So I missed a lot of the discussion. So some of this may be repetitive. I don't know. But I want to start at a 30,000 foot level, which is why we're doing this. Yes, there are the human impacts in those cases where people live nearby, but we're doing it on a bigger scale as well, which is climate change. In your comments, you highlighted methane. It's a short-lived climate pollutant. It's one of 4 short-lived climate pollutants that we are absolutely focused on at this agency. Methane hydrofluorocarbons, black carbon, and tropospheric ozone. So it is one of the four that we have to address if we're going to make a prompt dent in the impact for climate change on this planet. So can't ever lose sight of that. It's part of our mandate at this agency. And so that is a big part of the reason why we're here. Second part of the reason is the discussion that just happened, technology. The reason we haven't revisited this regulation in 16 years, even before I was here, but not before John, Dr. Balms, is that the technology advancements have been tremendous. We now have a satellite, or as Jerry said, our own damn satellite. We have the drones. We've got, we've just got more stuff, more sensitive equipment, et cetera, monitors. So that's a trigger for today's regulation, is the technology. And so anything that can keep that moving forward, I think is very, very important. Para los que hablaron hace rato durante los comentarios sobre esta agencia y nuestro compromiso al pueblo, les quiero decir que es absoluto. No es una situación donde estamos ignorando al pueblo. Es una situación donde tenemos que hacer las cosas correctamente porque puede ser que haya gente que esté en contra de las acciones que estamos tomando. Entonces, tenemos que hacerlo correctamente para que pueda ser exitoso y para que podamos nosotros enforzar estas medidas. No es por no querer, no es porque estamos ignorando, es porque lo tenemos que hacer en acuerdo con las leyes del estado de California. I just said, for those that spoke, about this process in Spanish, that it's not that we're ignoring things. It's not that we're dragging things out. It's not that we don't want to do things. It's just that we have to do things correctly and in accordance with law if it's going to stand up, if it's going to be effective, if we're going to be able to enforce this regulation. And so that's what I said in Spanish. I only have two things that I wanted to add. I think this is a good regulation. Again, 16 years, it's been a while. So we're taking these big steps driven by technology to move forward on an area that absolutely needs it. So the two things I have, one is piggybacking on Board Member Takvorian's comments that the 18-month window for a technology review, if you want to call it that, and that the staff will report to the board on progress with technologies no later than 18 months or whatever it was that Board Member Rekshoffen said earlier. Potentially those technologies, further advancements would be so commonplace that we would want to update this regulation to incorporate those. So I'm very supportive of that. Second, on wellhead temperatures, currently they have to be at 131 degrees for 60 days to trigger down well monitoring. However, monitoring is only once a month. So potentially that could be 88 days between when wellhead monitoring is triggered. So, and I don't know if this was brought up earlier, but I think I am supportive of changing it to 30 days at 131 degrees for down well monitoring. Just 30 days is a long time. In my book, I think most people would agree. And then what we've seen in Chiquita, I think merits that we be more cautious on these moments. And again, I don't know if anyone else has raised it, but I would be supportive of making that adjustment. And then the final thing is just in general, transparency. And this also goes to Board Member Takvorian's points. If we've got the data, we share it and we make it public. We went through something like this with pesticides a few years ago. Some of you that have been around for a while. It's not our turf, although I did argue that if it's in the air, it is ours. That they already had data that they were making available to farmers, neighboring farmers, but they weren't making it available to the public. Makes no sense. If we've got it, share it. We should be about transparency at this agency. And so those are my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Any additional comments from the dais? Yes, Councilman.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the mandated 120-hour rule, it was brought to my attention that even the most strictest time currently for on the downtime, I think it might be Bay Area district. I can't remember, but it was 240 hours. It's Bay Area. So if that's the current industry's strictest downtime issue, and we're fortunate that we're in SMUD territory and don't have to deal with PG&E downtimes. My mother-in-law's in PG&E territory, so I get a lot of reports on that. But I guess to the staff here, how did we get to 120, and is that even realistic on the operation?
Yeah, thank you. So I think for the majority of landfills, that is absolutely realistic. Many landfills have multiple control devices. They have backup. They have, engines in series or multiple flares that they can utilize to make sure that there is always, that control available. So we think it's feasible in most cases, and that is, of course, provided that we make a clarification that those situations outside of their control, as we heard from many commenters, earthquakes, wildfires, and power outages, if those aren't considered as counting towards the limit, then we generally think that is a feasible standard. But you're correct; it would be the most stringent among any existing regulations.
Well, I think this is, Madam Chair, I think this is one area during the 15-day rule change that needs to be explored. You can't, I don't think it's appropriate to pass a regulation that in most cases may be reachable. Like we have to get to a point that that we're not making exceptions over and over again or whatnot. So I mean, if there's a current industry standard that's pushing all the other air districts to do better, then why not reach that? Then I think that would be appropriate. But I worry about just I'm not going to say it's arbitrary, but it does come across a little bit arbitrary at 120. So I'd like staff to explore what that mandatory hour is, because even as we're seeing in other regulations we're doing, when you have an exception on exception on exception, then what does the rule stand on? So I'd like to get that number to a better spot. So
Great, thanks, Councilman, and staff. Please do explore that in the 15-day changes and the ongoing engagement with operators and other stakeholders. Dr. Shaheen, I see you raising your hand for a last comment. Yes.
Yes, I've been listening to the whole conversation and really appreciate it. And just wanted to share my support for a check-in of a review of the technology and the status of things in the 2028 timeframe, as Dr. Cliff suggested in response to Board Member Rexhoffen. And I'm also very supportive of Board Member Takvorian's request. I think Dr. Cliff suggested that we do our best to start reporting data in the 2027 timeframe. So just wanted to share my support of both of those motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shaheen. And I think there was a little bit of I want to avoid confusion. perhaps around the 18-month, 24-month, what we're reporting when. Dr. Cliff, I think the team has worked on some resolution language. If you could please read that for the board and make sure that it's addressing all of the concerns you've heard today, that would be much appreciated.
Yes, Chair. So I would suggest adding, be it further resolved that the board directs the executive officer to report on landfill methane regulation implementation by mid-2028. The report would include evaluation of monitoring technologies, as well as the feasibility of other alternative technologies for methane detection.
Great. Does that accurately capture? I'm seeing nods. And did we also accelerate the 24-month time frame to 18 months? No. Great. Board Member Rechtschaffen, captured. You're great. All right. I see supervisor reviewing language.
I certainly support it if the staff were open to proposing rules within 18 months. That was not in the original resolution. I think you've heard some support among other board members for doing that. So I don't want to put words in staff's mouth, so they should comment, but that does, I think what Dr. Cliff spelled out does reflect the discussion as of now, but we could, I would certainly support 18 months for implementation or proposal for an amendment once the staff has completed its review of the technologies.
Perhaps we visit that after we've read the review of the implementation of the report. Mid 2028. Great. Nods. Okay. There were a few other issues that I heard raised today that I just want to make sure are captured. I think many of the concerns around implementation were in fact covered in staff's presentation, slide 18, on the proposed 15-day changes and some of the work, the conversations you've been having with operators and air districts, and some flexibilities that need to be addressed, including for PSPS, definitional clarity, alignment of timelines. So staff, I think you have a lot of direction and feedback from the board now to contemplate as you implement those 15-day changes. Look forward to the review in mid 2028. And then I think I just want to underscore what every single board member said here around just the ongoing partnership with our locals, with our air districts. Obviously a question mark around resources that we will continue to work with them on, and our legislative colleagues, including Assemblymember Schiavo, who was kind enough to join us today. So really look forward to the ongoing convenings and conversations with our air district partners to implement the regulation and the MOUs. Other comments? Thoughts, questions? Yes, Supervisor, please.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just really want to highlight again what Councilmember Guerra just mentioned about operability in regards to the 120 days. And again, you said it, flexibility, understanding that we want the ability to ensure that these regulations can be executed while keeping the operation safe. If people are running around trying to check boxes without really paying attention to without the ability to really pay attention because they're doing so many box checking, that can be a problem. And I think that goes back to our communication with the operators on what works best in regards to making sure that we don't have unintended consequences as we pursue this good effort here. Thank you.
Great. Well, we will thank staff in advance for the work to come on that issue. And as we move to the vote, I just want to again thank staff for the years of work going into this regulation. Just commend you all for the modeling, analysis, and engagement with stakeholders around the state and frankly around the world on this. I think of this regulation as a little bit of special sauce in California climate and clean air policy. Continuing to demonstrate our global climate leadership, as you heard from all of our board members, while also working to protect communities who are really at the heart of this regulation. And I just want to thank you again to all of the community members for spending your day with us. Looking forward to continuing the conversation with all of you and with our sister agencies. I don't want to forget gratitude to our Cal EPA BDOs, who also have a critical role to play here in protecting communities from landfill pollution. With that, the board has before them resolution number 25-14. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved as amended.
Second.
Compete for a second. Oh, yeah. Well, you were quick. Board clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Dr. Balms,
Yes.
Mr. De La Torre,
Yes.
Senator Flores,
Flores, aye.
Mayor Gloria, Councilman Guerra,
Aye.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
Mayor
I
Bach
have-
Dawson,
Aye.
Supervisor Ortiz Legg,
Aye.
Dr. Pacheco Werner,
Yes.
Mr. Rechtschaffen,
Yes.
Dr. Shaheen,
Aye.
Ms. Takborian, Chair Sanchez.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Felicidades. Thank you. Just kidding. We're not done. In fact, we have a presentation now. I would like to turn it over to Board Member Rechtschaffen and Board Member Takvorian, who I understand would like to share a readout of another trip that you took. Over
Thank
to you.
you. Thank you, Chair Sanchez. And as you noted, and you headline international climate activities are in the news right now. My colleagues on the board may have seen the recent news about the International Maritime Organization's unfortunate decision to delay their vote on a net zero framework for ocean-going vessels. And that was the result of bullying tactics by the Trump administration. But last June, Board Member Takvorian and staff members Edie Chang and Nicole Light Densberger and I had the opportunity to visit Denmark, Brussels, and the Netherlands to learn about the IMO and the European Union's plans to reduce the use of, to require the use of lower carbon fuels. And thanks to Pacific Environment, their hard work and generosity arranged the trip. And we just wanted to give you a few insights about our experience. Most notably, the IMO, long a conservative, recalcitrant body, has done a great deal to develop a framework for reducing greenhouse gas emissions from ocean-going vessels, and has a lot of teeth, including targets for the reduction in carbon intensity of ocean-going vessels and a fee to encourage the use of cleaner technologies and fuels. And even before the IMO took action, and probably prompting some of the actions, the European Union had expanded their trading scheme to include the maritime transport sector and required large ships to pay for their GHG emissions. And the EU also adopted a specific maritime fuel regulation to promote the use of low carbon fuels. And they started implementing that at the beginning of this year. Strikingly, we found that all stakeholders all across the board, labor, shippers, ports, the EU staff, EU member states, were all on board with the requirements. Industry made it clear they wanted regulatory certainty. They wanted to avoid a patchwork of regulations. The EU staff told us repeatedly they are staying the course on climate. And we witnessed a really impressive amount of investment in sustainable shipping solutions. We saw how much industry is rolling up their sleeves to find solutions. We visited a Center for Zero Shipping Carbon that was established by a $150 million endowment from Maersk, which is the world's largest shipping company, to show they're really in the game. So needless to say, we were very, very disappointed by the IMO vote to delay final adoption of the rule. I know Board Member Takforian has additional thoughts which she can share.
Thank you, Board Member. Appreciate you kicking us off. I wanted to also express my gratitude to Pacific Environment for their work to organize the trip in a really inclusive way that enabled us all to meet with industry innovators, research institutions, labor, the European Commission members, and port operators as well. And I was impressed with the investments that they've made and the resulting advancements that informed the IMO. And like Board Member Rechtschaffen, I'm deeply discouraged that the current federal administration has derailed this agreement. I was particularly impressed with the cross-sector collaboration that was facilitated by nonprofit organizations like State of Green, which has a public-private partnership between the Danish government and key business associations serving to accelerate the global green transition by fostering international dialogue and innovative pilot projects. And I was also inspired by our meeting with the European Transport Workers Federation. This is a pan-European trade union organization that represents over 5 million transport workers from more than 38 countries. It's pretty impressive. And they were in support of the IMO and the agreements that we had discussed with them. And just like Chair Sanchez described California's leadership at the COP in Brazil, California's leadership was clearly in evidence at these meetings that we attended in Europe as well, with lots of discussion about CARB programs such as Ships at Berth. Clearly, the Europeans are very focused on reducing carbon emissions and not as much on reducing NOx and particulate matter, which California is obviously very focused on due to our land use proximity between population centers and ports. But hopefully, California can share our work in this area with them as well. So Courtney was at the IMO meeting in London, and she is there. And so what are your thoughts?
Great. Yes. No, thank you. Yes, as Board Member Takvorian mentioned, I had the opportunity to attend the convening of the Marine Environmental Protection Committee extraordinary session. This is where they were slated to vote on what would have been the first requirement covering an entire global industry. And certainly coming into that session, I think a lot of folks were very hopeful because it was the product of several years of consensus-based deliberation. And so it was certainly very disappointing when the outcome was one of not adopting it. And, you know, this has been reported on extensively, and I saw firsthand that the US delegation made it very clear to other nation delegates that there would be repercussions if they supported it, including naming very specific sanctions, such as increased tariffs. So certainly disappointing. I think in the wake of this stalled global momentum, it really underscores the need for regional efforts, including the ones that we've done here in California. Folks are likely aware we have a 20-year history of addressing shipping emissions here in California. We've adopted clean fuel regulations, including ones that require the use of cleaner low sulfur distillate fuels, and of course, the ocean-going vessel at berth regulation. However, despite these efforts, here in California, ocean-going vessels still remain one of the largest single sources of emissions in the state. As a result of that, this board in December of 2022 actually directed staff to pursue an in-transit regulation to tackle those largest remaining sources from ocean-going vessels. You know, the goal of this effort really is to reduce NOx and PM emissions within that global maritime context. We held a workshop last year, and I'm excited to let you know that we're planning to hold another workshop to support this effort early next year. And the ultimate goal would be to bring something to the board for consideration in late 28, 29. So with that, you know, I will just say that firsthand, when I was at the IMO, so many people came up to me wanting to know what California was doing, other countries, consultants. And so I can tell you firsthand, the rest of the world is watching what we're doing. So all the more to maintain our commitment to protecting public health. And also as staff, we're committed to having those bilateral conversations with other jurisdictions who are interested in continuing this work. So that way we can continue leadership in this space together.
Thank you. Thank you, board members. I want to give a brief moment as well. I know in addition to my trip to Brazil, Mayor Locke Dawson attended the COP and represented California, as did Supervisor Hopkins. Mayor Locke Dawson, a ray of hope from your trip, a takeaway to share?
I am a ray of sunshine. I will bring you good news from Brazil. No, I just think what was really interesting to me was that it was clear that, California was there and that we're leaders, and that was appreciated by every other country on the planet. In fact, I was in a session with Mayor Khan of London, Sadiq Khan, and we were there and somebody said, he was saying some things about the United States not being there. And somebody said, well, how many people are here from the US? And the US delegation, we all raised our hand. We got a huge ovation from everybody in the crowd because the fact that we were there representing was a big deal. And I don't care if you care about environment, this is to me also a question of economic competitiveness, and we will be left behind if we don't get on this proverbial train, maybe hydrogen powered, I don't know. But I do think it was very, it was encouraging. I left very hopeful. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And I would concur. And I just also want to say thank you to Governor Newsom and Chair Sanchez and Secretary Crowfoot for representing California so well. It felt like, in a way, California was sort of the equivalent of a country. I think they were sort of treating the governor as though he were a world leader, which he is at this moment. We were really sort of the largest delegation from the United States was a delegation from California. And so I think that I was personally a little bit nervous, like, are people going to throw tomatoes given that we're coming from the United States to this international conference? And obviously the federal administration isn't here. Things are in chaos at the federal level. There is climate denialism, climate destructionism happening nationally, but everyone was actually really grateful for the local leadership and to be able to make those connections with other local jurisdictions who are grappling with the same challenges we are and who are actually utilizing the climate crisis to really, incentivize their economies and to make that transition, a just transition, to create jobs, to drive growth in positive ways, and using that as an impetus for decarbonization was a really wonderful conversation to have.
Well said. And thank you both for your travels and for representing the state and this board so well. Deeply appreciated. We will now move to open comment. Board Clerk, do we have any open commenters signed up for today?
Thank you.
We
Yes,
do. Okay.
we have.
Please call on them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 4 in-person commenters who have turned in a request to speak card and wish to speak at this time. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. And I would like to remind everybody to speak slowly, closely, and clearly into the microphone. Our first commenter is Evan Edgar.
Hello, CAR members. My name is Evan Edgar. I represent public sector fleets, public sector wastewater, and public sector landfills and biomethane developers. And I'm here to discuss affordability. Chair Sanchez, you weren't here 2 months ago when the public sector came with hat in hand that were broke and they had affordability issues when it came to an advanced clean fleet rule. We had dock catchers to electrical municipalities, fleet owners, and they said that we cannot afford advanced clean fleet rule for the public sector. It's going to be expensive. And they had a compelling case. And I believe CARB staff was tone deaf to what they were saying about the cost, the infrastructure, and the performance in order to convert the public fleet, the refuse fleet especially, to battery electric. Right now, the 3-cart system in LA costs about $36 a household per month for residential. 3-cart system to collect organics to get $13.83 started. They just had a rate increase to go to $70 per household per month. They're going to double it by 2030. And that's without the BEV costs, without battery electric. In order to implement battery electric in LA, the CapEx is going to be another $300 million. That's going to double the rate again. So LA is going to hear from you about affordability. If they're paying $35 a household per month today, it'd be 70 by 2030 and over 100 by 2035. That affordability index was tone deaf among CARB staff with an outcry of the public sector coming here 2 months ago. So you missed that, but welcome to the board now. I just want to catch you up on some of the affordability crisis in California. What makes it affordable is RNG. It's affordable now, it's carbon negative now. We can put RNG back into the public sector fleet with landfill gas that we're going to be collecting, wastewater gas. It's here and now, very cost effective, very affordable. And to go battery electric for the public sector will double the rates upon doubling the rates upon doubling the rates. We can't afford that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Kenneth Holbrook.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Sanchez and esteemed members of the California Air Resources Board and assigned staff. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this open public comment regarding the California Climate Investment Funded Initiative known as the Driving Clean Assistance Program, or DCAP. My name is Kenneth Holbrook. I serve as the Associate Director of Climate Equity for the California nonprofit Central California Asthma Collaborative, or CCAC. Our organization's work has for the past funding cycle focused on two main objectives within the DCAP program design, namely to provide outreach and engagement across a statewide version of the CCI program, bringing much needed public awareness of this valuable consumer incentive available to residents across the state's varied constituencies. A program that encompasses both finance assistance and clean cars for all application pathways, as well as providing technical assistance to California residents residing outside of the 5 major air districts who choose to apply to the program, yet require critically needed technical support services that allow them to equitably access this important statewide program. I lead the NorCal hub of our hub and spoke outreach program approach. My team is based in Sacramento and we serve 28 northern and eastern, mostly rural California counties. Our team's area focus has been to establish awareness and access to rural California residents and to participating auto sales dealers within these areas who wish to access this transformative DCAP program incentive. We have learned that a majority of those we encounter in our widespread community event presence, supported through numerous CBO partner agreements, through dug-in public discussion and applicant follow-up, that a majority of California residents both support the state's goals for widespread light-duty EV adoption and find that the purchase incentive program design is absolutely necessary to their respective goals of attaining an often costly but much valued new or used electric vehicle attainment for use in their household. Our work in these particular areas of the state, northern and eastern California counties, is relatively new. However, it has been clearly shown through our widespread engagement that an appetite for state-led efforts to support EV adoption is supported and worthy of continued funding from the state. Two of the major barriers we've encountered so far include the need for overcoming the online-oriented application process.
Thank you. That concludes your time. Thank you. Next commenter is Rob Youngren.
Thank you. I'm here today to speak to you about an aspect where CARB has not been transparent or a leader, the California E-Bike Incentive Project. Great program that has been poorly implemented and executed, where oversight was lacking in effective distribution of those funds. In my 2.5 years working for Sacramento area bike advocates to promote this campaign, do community outreach, and reduce barriers to accessing these funds, CARB spent $13 million to get to put about 2,000 people, by my count, onto e-bikes. Not an effective use of those dollars, and instead of issuing a new request for proposals to find a new program administrator to use the $18 million remaining in that fund, they've allowed that money to be swept into Clean Cars for All. Clean Cars for All does not serve the same population as the e-bike incentive program. A lot of these people would rely on those vehicles for sustainable transportation. They don't own a car to trade in to get the incentive through Clean Cars for All. I encourage CARB to reconsider allocating funds to the e-bike incentive program, taking the lessons learned from the previous program administrator and finding a new organization to run the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Deb Banks.
That's a long walkway. Good afternoon. Excuse me. My name is Deborah Banks, and I'm the Executive Director of the Sacramento Area Bicycle Advocates. As Rob said, for the past 2.5 years, our organization has been working to help low-income residents move throughout the Sacramento metro area, participate in the e-bike incentive project. We've worked alongside CARB staff to help shape the program, and with Pedal Ahead to support those of us in the field working directly with community members who would be recipients of e-bike vouchers. We've been involved. To learn that the program was shuttered and the unspent 17, 18, depending on who you talk to, million would be redirected to Clean Cars for All was a gut punch to those who need reliable and affordable transportation. The e-bike incentive program was designed to provide California residents affordable and sustainable mobility without the ongoing financial burden of car ownership. It helped people drive less, save money, and move freely. Clearly, there was demand. Over 100,000 people were turned away. Owning a car that meets the scrap requirement for Clean Cars for All eliminates many low-income households who are in the greatest need of a mobility subsidy. The automotive and insurance industries benefit the most from these funds. Move to Clean Cars for All and California residents in historically disadvantaged communities for whom the program was intended to serve will pay the inequitable price. We ask that you reinstate the e-bike incentive program. Our leaders in the State House and here at CARB need to revisit how to help our lowest income residents meet our climate goals. Californians need transportation choices that are not car-centric. For affordable, clean transportation, e-bikes are the clear choice. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now switch to Zoom commenters for open comment. We currently have 9 Zoom commenters with their hands raised. The first commenter is Teresa Bowie. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. This is Teresa Bowie with Pacific Environment again. Thanks for the board update and for CARB's participation on the EU Clean Shipping Tour at the IMO and at COP. The recent decision at the IMO to delay adoption of the world's first sector-wide emission reduction policy was due to unprecedented bullying tactics by the Trump administration, but it presents an opportunity for California to further demonstrate its global leadership as a climate imperative, but 2, for economic benefits. This was a rare occasion where global climate regulation was supported and actively called for by both shipping industry as well as environmental NGOs, alongside major shipping nations and flag states. And the U.S. pressure tactics have put the likelihood of the IMO's climate policy on shaky ground. This vacuum creates an opportunity for California to exemplify how its status as the 4th largest economy in the world can help shape and refute Trump's argument on his flagship domestic policy. What we're asking is that CARB accelerates its effort on the in-transit rule and use all the tools that CARB have available to the fullest extent, including the at-birth rule, low sulfur fuel rule, commercial hovercraft rule, and LCFS. PE, we're working on a bill in Washington that, if passed, would require Washington to adopt California's at-birth rule, and then in New York on a zero-emission ferries. California has helped write the playbook for climate leadership, and we're asking you to lead again. Let's move faster, aim higher, and protect the communities and climate. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Next is Carlos Gutierrez. I have activated your microphone and you may unmute.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board and staff. Carlos Gutierrez here on behalf of the California Advanced Biofuels Alliance and Clean Fuels Alliance America. We are state and national trade association of RDBD and Sustainable Aviation Fuels. Thank you for the opportunity for brief comments, even though the agenda item wasn't on the agenda today. I want to thank CARB for the continued transparency in publishing LCFS data and to highlight the article in Politico about the GHG reductions. The broader visibility reinforces what we have known for years, that biodiesel and renewable diesel are essential to the success of LCFS progress to achieve California's climate goals. CARB's early 2024 data shows overall GHG reductions continuing in the right direction, but there's a concerning shift within the diesel pool. From Q1 to Q2, the quantities of biodiesel are flat and renewable diesel increases slightly, yet fossil diesel jumps significantly. As a result, biomass-based diesel share drops from 79 to 72%, meaning petroleum diesel is backfilling the supply gap. We have mentioned this before, and so has CARB staff. When biodiesel and renewable diesel are constrained, fossil diesel fills that void, moving the state in the wrong direction. But this is a fixable problem. One immediate step CARB can take is to immediately sunset the ADF regulation. Ending the ADF would remove outdated constraints on biodiesel and expand its availability to provide heavy-duty fleets with more affordable options. The ADF provides the executive officer to sunset the regulation when certain criteria have been met, and although that criteria has been met, the regulation remains in place. California has led by pairing bold climate goals with practical tools. Biodiesel and renewable diesel are among those tools. The data is clear. We cannot afford to let their role decline. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next, we have Claudia Huerta. I have activated your microphone and you may unmute.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and board members. My name is Claudia Huerta, and I am here on behalf of MAC, a nonprofit organization that has served San Diego working families for nearly 6 years. I want to express our strong support for continued funding of the Driving Clean Assistance Program. DCAP is more than an environmental program. It's an economic mobility program. In communities like Chula Vista, and Escondido, areas with high traffic, air pollution, and long commutes, this program helps families access clean transportation while saving hundreds of dollars each month on gas and maintenance. Those savings go directly toward rent, childcare, and building financial stability. Since 2021, MAC has helped over 885 families access clean transportation, including 190 families this year alone, and 16 of those were through DCAP. Behind every statistic is a human story. Maria, a San Diego County resident, relied on a 1998 Ford F-150, spending over $400 a month on gas while struggling to take care of her family. Everything has changed when she was referred to DCAP with a $7,500 down payment grant. Maria leased a safe, reliable electric vehicle. Her fuel costs have dropped dramatically. Her commutes become less stressful, and her children now ride in a car that is clean, dependable, and affordable. For Maria, DCAP was life-changing. With the expiration of the federal tax credits, DCAP is now one of the few statewide programs making EV ownership possible for low-income families. And we cannot overlook the importance of clean cars for all as well. Continued funding for DCAP means cleaner air, healthier kids, and equitable access to the benefits of electrification. Clean transportation should not be a luxury. It should be a reality for every Californian. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to making electric vehicles more accessible for working families.
Thank you. As a reminder to the public, open comment sign-up closures has closed, but we will of course hear from the remaining folks on Zoom. Next is Scott Wilson. I have activated your microphone and you may unmute and begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the board. My name is Scott Wilson. I'm a program manager at the El Dorado County Air Quality Management District. Thank you for the opportunity to speak out today in support of the Driving Clean Assistance Program. Our district feels that DCAP is a vital CARB-funded light-duty EV incentive program that ensures access for all Californians living within small and medium-sized air quality management districts. Since we are a small rural district with minimal staffing and limited funding, DCAP provides the financial assistance needed to make EV ownership attainable for our county's rural working families that otherwise we wouldn't have the ability to provide. Additionally, DCAP fills the hole left by the recent elimination of federal tax credits for EVs by providing augmented incentives to the residents that need it the most. As your board evaluates funding priorities for the coming years, we urge continued stable support for DCAP. It is the only CARB light-duty EV program that pairs incentives with essential financial counseling and services, tools that genuinely expand access to clean transportation for lower-income households. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for your board's consideration of an ongoing investment in this critical high-impact program.
Thank you. Next, we have Brian Kaloji. I have activated your microphone and you may begin.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez, CARB board members, and CARB staff. My name is Brian Kaloji, president and owner of two California companies, one a Kaloji Corporation and a Carbon Management Engineering Company, and the other Black Swan LLC, holding intellectual property with now 8 direct air capture patents. Recently, Cology Corp, during the SB 905 comment period, has made an effort to warn CARB that unlike the Titanic, we have a chance to avoid the iceberg of fake carbon capture technologies that make more greenhouse gas than remove it, especially poorly thought out absorption-based direct air capture that skips technology readiness levels developed by NASA and the United States Department of Defense that are normally used by CARB. I implore that we take more caution, CARB take more, that we prevent an unnecessarily expedient, dangerous scaling up from literally 0 to million ton per year facilities without assessing and being able to find at smaller scales severely negative environmental and community safety impacts. This allows for a more well thought out deployability. And at this unprecedented level of deployability, there's a very real risk of making climate change worse and compounding the problem by causing food insecurity issues. I've sent an attachment that's been presented with the University of California, UC Davis, and also AICH ENAG by attachment. Thank you for your time and listening to this concern.
Thank you. Next is Scott Wilson. I have activated your microphone and you may begin. Scott Wilson, I have activated your microphone and you may begin.
I'm sorry, I left my hand up. I've already spoken.
Next, we have Will Briger. I have activated your microphone and you may begin.
Yes, thank you. I'm Will Brieger for Climate Action California, and as always, for my 6 grandchildren. I just have a comment about science and a question to pose for the board to consider. So I guess you'll need to listen since there's a quiz at the end. CARB excels at science-based environmental regulation. And that's despite the fact that science is never finished. It's a process, and it's one that works. CARB knows how to use it. For example, CARB used science and engineering to patiently, methodically, effectively deal with tailpipe emissions. Just now, you addressed another tough topic, the second largest methane source in California, and thank you for looking at that. Next, we need to look at the largest methane source in California, which of course is livestock. There are, at the moment, 0 legal requirements to control methane from livestock, 0. Now, every year, the science has gotten better and cheaper solutions emerge. Is that science perfect? Is it finished? No. And that leaves the question I want to ask. I'm going to ask it 2 different ways. First is one you can just ask your excellent legal office. Just how good does science need to be to support regulatory action? It's an important question. Another way to ask it is, how long do my grandchildren need to wait? So I appreciate you considering that, and I will reach out to meet with some of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name, is Al Sattler. I have activated your microphone and you may begin.
Good afternoon. Al Sattler, resident of Los Angeles County, frequent speaker before the South Coast AQMD. First of all, I wanted to bring your attention to a recent paper in Science Magazine. Global methane action pays for itself at least 6 times over, in which they calculate the social cost of methane being about $7,381 per ton of methane removed. You might well keep this in mind in future rulemaking having to do with issues of methane. Also, I want to echo comments with great skepticism about carbon capture storage. That is a technology that is not exactly helpful for energy, tends to be parasitic on energy, and requires running, essentially having a pipeline the size of existing petrochemical pipelines. We're going to pump the molecules in reverse to try to pump them underground somewhere, hoping that they're going to stay there for thousands of years. Thank you very much, and thank you for your action earlier today.
Thank you. Next is Patricia Para. I have activated your microphone and you may begin.
Greetings, Chair Sanchez and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Patricia Para, and I'm a program director at the Health Education Council, a nonprofit serving the greater Sacramento region. I wanted to provide comment on the Driving Clean Assistance Program, DCAP. Our organization has had the opportunity to partner with the Placer County Air Pollution Control District to promote the program and provide direct application support in Placer County for low-income families and in multiple languages to ensure low-income families have access to this opportunity. This program has been invaluable not only in advancing clean air and environmental goals in our hardest to reach communities, but in making reliable, low-emission vehicles accessible to low-income households who have historically been the most affected by environmental pollution and who continue to face the greatest risk from climate change. Since we began promoting the program earlier this year, HEC has helped 43 individuals learn about and apply to the DCAP program. One of the individuals we supported through this work is an asylum seeker with a wife and 2 young sons. After their only car was involved in an accident, he relied on rental cars just to get to work. Through DCAP, people like him can secure a safe, dependable vehicle, something essential for anyone living in a rural area where transportation options are limited and distances to work, medical care, and even basic food access are long. As CARB evaluates funding priorities for the coming years, we urge continued support for DCAP. Thank you for your leadership and for considering ongoing investment in this critical high-impact program.
Thank you. Our last in-person or Zoom commenter is Molly Johnson. I have activated your microphone and you may begin.
Greetings, Chair Sanchez and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I am Molly Johnson, Air Quality Specialist with the Placer County Air Pollution Control District, and I would like to share comments on the Driving Clean Assistance Program, DCAP. DCAP provides incentives statewide in California to assist low-income and disadvantaged communities in purchasing clean air vehicles. This statewide program, administered by the Community Housing Development Corporation, CHDC, with funding from the California Air Resources Board, is an essential and critical program that provides a tremendous benefit to small local air districts with low income and disadvantaged communities that are disproportionately burdened by localized air pollution and the associated adverse health effects. Small air districts do not have either the funding resources or administrative capacity to administer a program of this magnitude that combats climate change and predatory lending practices by offering incentives and continuous financial coaching. The Placer County Air Pollution Control District is also supportive of CHDC's innovative outreach model that includes local air districts and community-based organizations. The Health Education Council is the CBO working with CHDC and PCA-PCT to coordinate outreach and serve low-income households and communities as a trusted resource to assist applicants with the application process in multiple languages. In 2022, the Sacramento region was listed by US EPA in the top 5 metropolitan statistical areas for particulate matter pollution. Although progress is being made, there is more work to be done to reduce air pollution, and these types of investments play an instrumental role and ensure that low-income households are not left behind in the state's transition to electric vehicles and are afforded access to clean mobility. DCAP empowers individuals with limited credit and financial challenges to secure reliable transportation, fostering financial stability and environmental responsibility. We appreciate your support and investment in DCAP and urge continued investments in DCAP that strengthen the economy, improve public health and the environment, particularly
Thank you.
benefiting
That concludes your
low-income and
time.
disadvantaged households and communities.
That concludes open comment. I'll turn the microphone back to Chair Sanchez.
All right. Thank you all. The November 20th, 2025 CARB board meeting is now adjourned.